Good evening. And welcome to Friday night. Hang on, my music is too quiet. We'll try it about there. I've switched up my music playlist. I've decided to go with the Synthwave Stream Beats playlist on Spotify for something different. So we'll see how that goes. The last time I did this, I played like a copyright-free playlist, but it ended up cycling into other playlists that I'm pretty sure were not copyright-free, because the last ranking video got it got demonetized on YouTube for copyright. Didn't get flagged, but that one kind of threw me for a loop. But then I realized, oh right, I wasn't actually looping that playlist, so whoops, my bad. But anyway, it's time to rank things, because I don't know why. It just is. I guess I should probably get Tier Maker open, huh? Oh, I don't care about ad blocker. So, a couple weeks ago, I did a night of ranking. I could probably turn up the music a little bit. I mostly ranked. I wanted to rank Canadian things. I'm just gonna scroll past these YouTubers because I don't want to look at them. But I ranked a bunch of Canadian stuff that was fun. It was a lot of fun going through that. But I also saw some other lists that I kind of wanted to do, but didn't have the time. So I'm back, and we're gonna do it again. There are so many Genshin Impact templates. My god. If only I cared more about Genshin. I have to see what this ultimate video game list is. Oh boy, that is... It just keeps going. That is so many video games. I'm not doing this one. Who could play this many video games? Get out of here. No, I wanted to start... So I remember last time I searched Morrowind for some Morrowind tier lists because Morrowind is one of my favorite games. There seems to be like several tier lists that are like rank the Elder Scrolls races, and I'm not gonna do that because that's weird. I don't want to rank races of people, especially in the Elder Scrolls universe, because that's a whole can of beans on its own. So I'm not going to do that. I really wanted to do this official Morrowind waifu tier list, but the problem is all of the images are like meme versions, and I don't understand all of them. Like, for example, I don't know who this is. Shigarath, maybe? I don't know. And this is Dagoth Ur's face, or this is Dagoth Ur, but with the face of Ben Shapiro for some reason. I don't know. It's a weird tier list that I'm not into, so I'm not gonna do that one. But Morrowind Settlements, that's a good one. I also don't want to go into like all these specific weapon tier lists. That doesn't sound fun. Enemies. Yeah, we could do enemy tier lists. That sounds fun. The races of Elder Scrolls. Stop. Just stop it. Please. Yeah, okay. Let's go with Morrowind Enemies first, because that's a good place to start. Alright. This handsome little guy is the Alit. A-L-I-T. I don't really like them. They're easy to kill, and they're kind of... There's another enemy that's very, very similar to it. Where are they? The Kagudi. These guys. Alits have always felt like off-brand Kagudis, because Kagudis have got like the Triceratops like fringe and horns, and they're also actually pretty powerful. So I would definitely put Alits below Kagudi. And Alits are almost always like diseased or blighted. Like, I swear every single one of them I've run into. I'm gonna put them in D tier. They kind of suck. What is this? Oh, that's the Ancestral Ghost. Ancestral Ghosts are more annoying than anything, but they imply something interesting. So I'm going to put them above the Alit. These guys are Ascended Sleepers. Where would Ascended Sleepers go? I'm going to put them in S tier for now because, well, A for Ascended. I'm going to put them in A tier because I like the concept of Ascended Sleepers. They are basically like... So in Morrowind, there is a basically like a cult of people that Ascended Sleepers are like the final form of people who are involved with that cult. They basically like transform into these hideous creatures with like tentacles coming out of their faces. It's weird, but Ascended Sleepers are like the most powerful form of those monsters. They do an insane amount of damage. They cast powerful spells, but they are the slowest enemies in the game. Like, you can walk away from them and outpace them by a mile. They're so slow, I feel like something is wrong in the game's code. But I like them. I like the concept. Same with the Ash Ghouls. The Ash Slaves are... The Ash Slaves get a pass, but they're almost creepier because they've got like normal faces. I'm gonna put the Ascended Sleeper into S tier. These guys are the Ash Vampires. I also like them because there are only 7 of them in the game. They all have names. They are all like named enemies, and if you kill them, they make the final boss weaker. But you actually have to like seek them out. You have to find them on your own. There's no quest to go and kill them. You just have to find them and go kill them all. You run into one during the main quest that you don't have to kill if you don't want to, if you just run away from them. But I like them. They're also like, they look like giant bodybuilders with long creepy fingers. Is Dagoth Ur in here? Because Dagoth Ur has the same body as one, but he's got like the golden mask on. They're weird. They've got like the long Babylonian style beards too. Ash Zombies. I'm going to put in the same place as Ash Slaves because they're very, very similar. Ash Zombies just don't have eyes. They're weird. Actually, I like their design more than the Slaves. Something about the Slaves really just puts me off. The Bone Lord. I like the Bone Lord. I'll put him in B tier. The Bone Lord is like a weird skeleton lich that has 4 arms. Oh, this guy. So, here's the weird thing about Morrowind, is that Morrowind didn't have, like, explicit zombies. Like, Oblivion had zombies, Skyrim had, like, the Draugr. Morrowind didn't have just regular zombies. Instead, they had Bone Walkers, which... The regular Bone Walkers weren't bad, but the thing about Bone Walkers is that when they hit you, they can drain your stats. The regular Bone Walkers, I think, drain like either personality or luck, so it's not that bad. However, these guys, they look just like Bone Walkers, but they are like more swole. They are the greater Bone Walkers, so I'm gonna add a row. I'm gonna go red, and I'm going to... You are over encumbered. And put the greater Bone Walker into that, because the greater Bone Walkers drain your strength skill, which is directly correlated to how much equipment, like what your weight limit is for how much stuff you can carry. So what ends up happening is you fight a greater Bone Walker, they drain your strength to the point that you're carrying too much stuff now, and then you can't move. And you have to drop a bunch of the stuff you have in your inventory just to go and get yourself healed to come back and finish looting a dungeon or whatever, or God forbid, just pick your equipment up again. They're bad. They're bad enemies. If they're out of all the enemies in Morrowind, Greater Bone Walkers probably scare me more than anything else because of that reason. What else do we got here? These are Dwemer Spiders. They're okay. I like the clockwork stuff. But the spiders are kind of boring. And they've got like a weird jelly-like heads. Like their head is kind of this weird jelly that wiggles. It's weird. Speaking of the Dwemer stuff, though, we've got the Sphere Centurions, who are amazing. When I first played Morrowind, I remember seeing these guys in the loading screens and being like, I want to fight those guys. They look cool. I want to see them. The Daedra. Is this our first Daedra? I think it is. That's a Clanfear. Clanfears are basically dinosaurs. They're okay. I'd put them in the same tier as like a Bone Lord or a Kagudi. They're both very dinosaur-like. I'll give it to them. I kind of like Clanfears. Cliff Racers are automatically F tier because I am not in the camp of like Cliff Racers are the worst thing about Morrowind. They're really not. They're not that bad. They're kind of annoying, but they're not that annoying. I don't know. And they're I don't know. Are they that bad? Probably. The item that they drop will let you make potions of levitate out of it. So that's something. I'll leave him in F tier just because I think Morrowind... I would be okay with Morrowind if there were no Cliff Racers. I don't think that would change my opinion on anything. I don't think they're necessary. This is the Corpus Stalker, I think. So again, Morrowind doesn't have zombies, but it has two different flavors of zombies. I think the Bone Walkers are like constructs. So the Bone Walkers are ones that are like raised from the dead, whereas these Corpus zombies are people who are suffering from a disease, who just basically turn into mindless zombies. Again, it's weird. The first time you encounter them, they're actually kind of scary. I'll put them in C tier for Corpus. They can give you Corpus disease, which has no cure. Big asterisk next to that statement, but they're okay. Is that the Daedroth? That is the Daedroth. Daedroth is kind of cool. They're like big walking alligators. Again, they are Daedra. You can get Daedra hearts off of them. They cast... There's a specific spell that they cast that a lot of enemies in the game cast that makes like a big green area of effect around it wherever it hits that drains your health like super fast. They cast that spell, so they're kind of scary. Dremoras are neat. I like them. I like their Morrowind design the most. I don't like the way that the Dremoras looked in Oblivion. And they were okay. And I honestly don't remember what Dremoras looked like in Skyrim. I don't remember ever running into one. My bad. These guys. A lot of players probably never ran into these in Morrowind. These are the I don't honestly don't know how to pronounce it, if it's Drag or Drew. But they are like weird fishmen that have 4 arms and tentacles for legs. They only exist in water, and you don't see them very often. But they are out there. They are... I like them. They're cool. They have a cool design. And they're rare enough that it's unexpected when you see them. What is this? Hang on. Okay, I think this is the... Oh, this is the Dwemer Ghost. I mean, I'll put the Dwemer Ghost right next to the Ancestral Ghost because they're basically the same thing. It's a ghost of a dwarf that can be found in the Dwemer ruins. That's all it is. They drop ectoplasm. Oh, the Atronachs. Let's stack them all together. Okay. Atronach tiered list. Flame Atronachs. I think the Flame Atronachs, I really like their design in this game. I think all the Atronachs in Morrowind are male, but then they changed it. Like, I'm pretty sure the Oblivion Flame Atronachs are all female, which is a weird design decision to make, but I never really ascribed gender to these guys that much. In fact, I think there is a mission where you have to go fight a Storm Atronach who is female. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember. But I like the Flame Atronach's design the best. Storm Atronach is kind of cool, but I don't like them as much as the Flame, and the Frost Atronach kind of sucks. I don't like that design. He looks very silly. It just looks like a big dude. He looks like a professional wrestler, honestly. Which, now that I say that, improves my thought process, but nah. I don't get excited to see them. Golden Saints. I put them in A tier. Well, I'm going to put Golden Saints in S tier just because they are one of the only souls that you can get in the game that allows you to do constant effect enchantments. I think only them and Ascended Sleepers have the most powerful souls that you can capture. I remember hunting Golden Saints a lot. So they're cool for that reason. Otherwise, I'm not that into them. Oh, what the heck are these things called? Hungers. Whatever. I don't hunger for hungers. I'm going to put them in D tier. I don't really like hungers. They're kind of boring. Oh, here we go. The true enemy of Morrowind is the Kwama Forager. I think every person that has ever played Morrowind has encountered these things. The little orange worms. I don't like them. I've seen so many of them that I just don't... I have almost no opinion on them anymore. I don't care. They could go away forever. In fact, I'm going to put them in F tier. They could disappear entirely from the game, and I don't think it would affect almost anything. I guess while we're on the topic of the Kwamas, let's rank the rest of them. These are the Kwama Workers, which are the big, like, 4-legged ones. They are passive unless you attack them, in which case they will ruin your day. I'm going to put them above the Foragers because I like the atmosphere that they provide, especially because they're just passive enemies. But, you know, they're still not very interesting. Same with the Queen. I feel like they could have done more with the Kwama Queen. It's big and gross, but they all just sit in a room and they don't do anything. I don't even know if they can attack you if you're not right next to them. I don't think they can move. So they're not very good. In fact, I'm going to put the queen in F tier. Kwama Queen kind of sucks. This guy's the next stage of the Corporus zombie. He's all deformed. He's got a big arm and a big stumpy leg. He's a little scarier than the regular zombie. But ultimately, I don't think that is enough to put him into the next tier. I don't really like him. He's just kind of there. A necessary roadblock. Hold up. No. Why does it do that? So we've got S tier, and then right above it we have S tier, which is where the mud crab goes, because the mud crabs are amazing. I don't like the redesign of mud crabs to be like actual crabs. I mean, I know it makes more sense, but I like the weird walnut-shaped crabs from Morrowind. They just feel more otherworldly than, you know, a mud crab just being a crab that's brown. I like these mud crabs. Plus, in this case, there is the talking mud crab merchant who talks like this. And he has a lot of money and will buy things from you. This is the Knicks Hound. It is a big green dog. I think it's a bug. I kind of like Knicks Hounds. They're okay. I'd put them up here with the other dinosaurs. You encounter them a lot, especially in the early game. Not particularly threatening, but a lot of bandit outposts will have Knicks Hounds hanging out with them. The Gwar. Since Morrowind doesn't have horses, the Gwar is the pack animal of choice. And honestly, I'm not a huge fan. They're kind of cute. I don't think I'd put them above the Knicks Hound. I'll put the Knicks Hound down a tier. They're not that cool. I kind of like them, but eh. The Gwar is cuter. You see more of them. Well, you don't see more of them, but there are docile ones. There are ones that are like tamed. And there's even a few like ones in the game that have like saddlebags and they're pack Gwars. They're kind of cool. So I like Gwars. Plus, you can make you can't get them in the game, but there is like dialogue options where people talk about making like Gwar skin shoes. So you can make clothing out of their hide, their leather. And then after Morrowind, they are never seen again because apparently Gwars don't exist outside of Morrowind because horses do. Wonder if horses ever made their way to Morrowind. Maybe I should play Elder Scrolls Online and find out. Or maybe I just shouldn't play Elder Scrolls Online. Anyway, this large lad is the Ogrim, another Daedra. You generally don't see a whole lot of Ogrims, actually. They're like higher tier enemies. They don't spawn at lower levels. But I like them. They're big and chunky. They're big chunky boys. I think they have a nipple ring too. Just one. Only one. But I like their design. Ah, the slaughterfish. Directly to F tier with you. Slaughterfish are... If you played Morrowind and you touched a body of water, you probably got attacked by a slaughterfish. They were everywhere. I mean, there was only like 2 enemy types that were in the water in Morrowind, and slaughterfish were the vast majority of them. They are awful. They're super annoying. The game would be better off without them. Or with just more non-hostile fish. Ah, the classic. The rat. Not even like a dire rat or a giant rat, although they are pretty big. It's just a rat. Where is the rat gonna go? Rat is okay in my books. You encounter a lot of them, but they are not very notable. Scamps. I don't like scamps that much. I think Oblivion ruined scamps for me because if you play Oblivion and you rush Kvatch at a low level, all you will find there are scamps because it has to spawn Daedra for the Oblivion Gate, but the only Daedra that are level appropriate for you at a low level are scamps. So it's just you fight a ton of scamps, and it just ruined them for me. I saw too many of them, and I think they're boring. Although Creeper is a scamp, he is a merchant who, like the talking mud crab, will buy things at face value and has a lot of money. But I don't like them that much. I don't actively dislike scamps, but I don't think they deserve much higher than that. Scribs. I like Scribs. I'm gonna put Scribs in S tier because S for Scrib. There's something about Scribs that I could just watch their little idle animations all day. They are adorable, they're purple, and they have probably the funniest ability in the game in that they can paralyze you if they bite you. And it's always funny to me when a new player discovers that, because it's just that quick moment of panic that I can't move. They're otherwise like completely non-threatening. If you died to a Scrib, I would be so disappointed. Because they are the babiest of baby enemies in the game. I would say even more so than rats. But they are funny, and I like them. And you can get Scrib jelly from them, which I presume it tastes like strawberry jelly or something, or grape jelly, because it's purple. Yeah. This is the Shulk. It's literally just a giant beetle. They're kind of rare. I'm gonna put it in C tier. Generally I don't see a lot of Shulks, because I think they only spawn in a very specific level range, in very specific areas, so you kind of just, if you're not in that area at that level range, you just won't really see them that much. Skeletons. There's a lot of skeletons in Morrowind. You fight quite a few skeletons. Lots of ancestral tombs. I think I like the Bone Lords, but I like the classic skeleton is, you can't really beat that. Are they an S tier? Are skeletons S rank? Sure. Maybe. Yeah. This guy is the Steam Centurion. These are the highest tier of Dwemer Ruin, or like Dwemer enemies. They're big. They're big robots. They're pretty cool. Not as cool as the Sphere Centurions, but the Steam Centurions are pretty neat. They have a big spiked ball for an arm. They look very intimidating because they're very big, but they go down pretty quick. They're kind of pushovers, honestly. So they can't be as good as the Sphere Centurions, who would just have the best design. The Sphere Centurions can also like fold into themselves and just become a ball, like Samus. I don't know how that works because they're made of metal, but so is Samus, right? Something like that. Anyway, we got one left. It's the Winged Twilight. They kind of look like harpies, but they're like magic. They are Daedra, but they're very like magic related. They're the item that they drop will restore your magicka. You can make potions from it, or just eat it. Which is, I think they drop void salts. I think that's the item. Sure. I kind of like Winged Twilights. Again, they're rare enough that when you see them, it's like, oh, interesting. So there we have it. That is the Morrowind enemy ranking. All enemies in Morrowind ranked on a list. We could definitely... You could pretty much cut the list off at the F point and you wouldn't really miss anything. If all those enemies just kind of disappeared from the game, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. You could probably get rid of the ones in C tier as well. And all the rest can stay. They're fine. They're okay. The C tier is like... I have no problem running into these enemies. They're okay, but they're not really that notable. B tier is like, I kind of like it. A tier is, I like this enemy. S tier is, these are just excellent. And, of course, mud crabs are mud crabs. Mud crabs are just excellent by design. I didn't notice it either, but the Greater Bonewalker portrait is like... He's doing the, like, appears in front of you pose. It's like he's like A-posing. Which is kind of what the Bonewalkers do. They just appear in front of you and then you can't move because you're over-encumbered. Greater Bonewalkers suck. Let's just do away with them. So these are Morrowind Settlements. This might actually be harder than I thought because I can't tell the difference between some of these, which I should be able to, being the Morrowind fan that I am. But the problem is, there's a lot of places in Morrowind that kind of look the same. And not all of these are labeled for some reason. Like these three. I don't know which ones these are. I know that these are all Telvanni cities because they've got the giant plants growing. This... Like, I can't even tell which one of these is Sadrith Mora, which is the most... It's the biggest one. I literally can't tell which one is Sadrith Mora. I think it's this one. I don't know. Okay, I don't know if that's this one's gonna work because I can't tell the difference between any of these. These are all Telvanni cities, and I can't tell the difference between them. I don't know which ones are which. That's Vivek. And like, they're all named like, there's like at least 3 or 4 places in the game that are Tel something, like Tel Arun or Tel Voss. Although Tel Voss is easy because it looks completely different. Like this is Tel Voss. But I don't know. That's Ebonheart. That's hold on. What is... Why is that? Because this is Vivek. But this is Vivek. Why do they have Vivek on here twice? Huh. That's weird. That's the Ashlander camp. That's Ebonheart. That is... Oof. What is this place? I don't remember what that settlement is. That's Pelagiad. That's Satanine. That is Suran. These are weird pictures. Okay. You know what I want more than anything on tiermaker.com is that if you mouse over something, please allow people to like name the portraits so that you can see what they are. If you don't know, you can like mouse over and get a pop-up that says the name of it. Because this, I can't make this out. Some of these pictures are just bad. Some of these are bad pictures. Like, this is Balmora. I recognize that, but it's like the worst picture of it because it's almost like there's nothing notable about it. Oh no, that's Suran. That's definitely Suran. So what is this? I don't know. Let's get out of here. I'm getting too frustrated. Getting too frustrated with Morrowind. Daedric Princes? Yeah, I don't know if I know enough about the Daedric Princes. I'll do without the Daedric Princes. There was another one that I wanted to do. I am a big fan of the Mega Man X games, and I thought it might be fun to... Where is this one? I was looking at one of these lists earlier in the week. All Mega Man intro stages. Ooh. I don't think I've played enough of those. Mega Man X Girls. Let's do a waifu tier list. How many Mega Man X Girls are there? More than I remember. I don't even know who the vast majority of these are. I know Alia, I know Iris. I mean, that just looks like Iris again. I don't know why Iris is on here twice. And I recognize her, but I don't know what her name is. Her design is also very silly because she has underboob. They're all robots, but she has underboob. Because of course she does. I think she might be from Command Mission. I should really play Command Mission, but I have never been able to. Feels like it would be up my alley. Oh, there we go. Mega Man X Mavericks. Yeah. Yeah. 4 of these women are doing the exact same pose. Listen, the female characters in the Mega Man X series, almost all of them are just like the support characters. They are on the line. They're paramedic from MGS3 is what they are, essentially. They give like fluff information at the end and beginning of levels, and that's about it. In the grand scheme of things, they don't do much else. Okay, so here we go. This is essentially every boss fight in the Mega Man X series. Which includes, it looks like it includes Mega Man X 7 and 8, which I have not played. So I'm going to add a row for that. And then off we go. Okay, armored armadillo. Armored armadillo gets. Is he truly? Yeah, I think he's truly double S tier, if only because of his theme music. His stage theme is incredible. It's amazing. I love it. One of the best in the series, by far. Then we've got Boomer Kuanger. Why is D tier below F tier? How did that happen? I'm going to put Boomer Kuanger into D tier because no one knows what a Kuanger is. Armor Armadillo is fun to say. Plus, he rolls up into a ball and he bounces around his stage. He's just fun. And if you hit him with electricity, all of his armor pops off, and then he's naked. But he's also a robot. Keep that in mind. All of these are robots. Not a single one of these is even approaching human, despite the fact they may look human. They are all robots, every single one of them. But yeah, Boomer Kuanger is D tier because he's not terrible. Like he's got a cool move where he suplexes you if he grabs you from behind. Because he's like a beetle. But his name is weird because, again, what is a Kuanger? No one knows. Somebody probably knows, but I don't really care. This is... That's Bow Spider, I think. Looks like this is all Mega Man X1 bosses. I just have to double check. Yeah, because Web Spider has a beret. Where are you, Web Spider? I know you're here somewhere. You should be right in here. That's Mega Man X4. There you are. Okay. Bow Spider is one of the enemies that you fight in Sigma's fortress. And it honestly sucks. Bow Spider is one of the enemies that is one of the bosses that I dread fighting. It is legitimately hard, if for no other reason than because of RNG. It randomly generates a pattern that it will travel down that you need to act really quick on, and you can only hit it when its red orb is open at the bottom. You have a very narrow window to actually hit that thing. It's a really frustrating boss fight, and I don't like it. In fact, Bow Spider, you go into F tier. You make the game worse. Chill Penguin is the very first Maverick that you generally fight in Mega Man X1. He is incredibly non-threatening, but don't underestimate him. I remember a long time ago I was taking part in a race. I was playing against other people and racing them, and I died to Chill Penguin because of my hubris. So don't do what I did. Don't die to Chill Penguin. But he's okay. He's kind of neat. He slides around his stage on his belly because he's a penguin. I don't even remember what this thing's name is. I think it's Rex. It's Rex, like 078 or something like that. It's, again, another enemy from Sigma's Fortress. It is incredibly forgettable. It's an okay boss, but it's, again, it is very just, it is not notable whatsoever. It's just there to fill space, essentially. That's what it feels like. Flame Mammoth. Flame Mammoth, his stage, his arena has a treadmill in it, like a conveyor belt on the floor that he can change the direction of at will. Otherwise, he's not a very hard boss. He's very big. And if you hit him with If you hit him with Boomer Kuanger's weapon, you cut his trunk off, and he just has this, like, gross-looking face with, like, no nose. It's weird. I don't know. I don't have much more to say about Flame Mammoth, so let's move on to Launch Octopus. Do I dare put Launch Octopus into S tier? No. I like Launch Octopus. He's got a really cool design, but he's really frustrating to fight. In fact, I'm going to bump him down to B tier because he's... Out of all the regular Maverick boss fights, he is by far the worst. He's just annoying. Like, his weakness, it's hard to hit him with the weapon that he's weak to. And he just fires tons of projectiles at you. It's a frustrating boss fight. And then we've got this guy. So this boss is another one from Sigma's Fortress. It is a giant wall that is behind you that you have to fight. You have to destroy the eyes and the nose of this wall. And it is named Rangda Bangda. It's kind of a weird boss fight with a very silly name, but it's fun. I really like the concept of it. You think Sigma came up with that name himself? Oh, probably. Speak of the devil. It's Sigma himself. Sigma from... Yes, this is Mega Man X1 Sigma. Do they differentiate all the Sigmas? It looks like they do. X1 Sigma... I kind of like him because he has a lightsaber. And it's like the purest form of Sigma. It's just him. He's got no other like bells and whistles. I mean, he gets into like his second form, and that's when things get stupid, but... The original Sigma male. Exactly. I like him. Oh god, what is his name? Spark Mandrill. Spark Mandrill also has a really good level theme. One of the more notable ones from the original game. I'd put him up there into A tier. But he is let down by being incredibly easy to stun lock with his weakness, which is the weapon you get from Chill Penguin. You can literally just lock him in place if you time it right. Sting Chameleon is okay. That's it. He is okay. I kind of like his design. He's a wacky chameleon, wacky lizard robot. But his level is kind of boring. And that's it. That's all there is to say about that. Storm Eagle, however, is... I don't think Storm Eagle is as good as Armored Armadillo. Personally, I like Armored Armadillo's stage theme more than I like Storm Eagle's, but they both are very iconic. And I think Storm Eagle is a cooler design. And it's a fun boss fight. That's like the one boss fight in the original game that I wish was a bit longer because it always feels like it ends too soon. It's fun fighting Storm Eagle. What the heck is this? Oh, this is Sigma's dog. I forgot. When you get to the last level, it's just 3 boss fights in a row. You fight Sigma's dog, then you fight Sigma, and then you fight Sigma in his like dog suit. It's weird. He like combines with a giant wolf. Is Sigma a furry? Maybe. Sigma's dog is incredibly forgettable because the dog never comes back. You only ever fight that dog in Mega Man X1. You kill it, it explodes into a bunch of pieces, and then it is never seen again. Mega Man and Rush do the same thing and nobody calls them out. My god, you're right. I wonder if that's a reference then. Like, I wonder if they made like a deliberate reference to like Mega Man and Rush by having Sigma and his dog. But it's not like a recurring thing. It's just, there's just this dog that shows up in the end of the game and then you kill it. Weird. I never thought of that before, but that's a good point. Anyway, the dog is incredibly forgettable. It has a name, but I don't remember what it is. It was there to kill time, and that's that. And we did. We killed Sigma's dog. Oh, I should turn off that message. So I am still using Streamlabs, but I know that there is a lot of stuff that has come out recently about Streamlabs and they being kind of bad. And I do have plans of transitioning off of using Streamlabs altogether. It's kind of something I've been wanting to do for a while anyway, because I've had issues with it. But I got to get all that stuff set up, and I thought if I'm going to have to like set up all of my alerts again through a different system, I might as well kind of redo my alerts anyway. So that's ongoing. I will be transitioning away from Streamlabs as soon as I can. It's a process that's happening, but for now, in fact, I'm gonna just deal with that right now. I'm gonna turn off that message right now. Let's see. Timers, that's the one. Shut that off. Done. Okay. Moving on. This little man is Vile. I like Vile. I like him a lot. He looks like Boba Fett. I think Vile is cool. You also fight him at the very beginning of Mega Man X, and he is a fight that you have to lose on purpose. In fact, you fight him twice like that. You have to lose fighting against him twice on purpose, and then you fight him for real. And it is actually possible to die in those fights. They make it difficult, but you can do it. But I like Vile. He's got like a shoulder cannon and he looks like Boba Fett, and that's just neato. He's cool. So that's Mega Man X1. For some reason they don't have Sigma's final form in here, which is weird, but oh well. Now we move on to Mega Man X2. I don't know why... So this is Agile. He's one of the X-Hunters. I don't know why he's up front. I'm going to reorganize these guys a little bit to kind of put them into order. A more appropriate order, anyway. There we go. Okay. So Mega Man X2. Let's start with Bubble Crab. He is a crab. And he makes bubbles. Now I'm going to put him in B tier for Bubble Crab. I like Bubble Crab. He's not that cool, but he's got a really good stage theme that comes back later in a better form. The guy's got his head cut off, but this is Flame Stag. Another really fun boss fight, actually. I'll put him in S tier. I really enjoy fighting him. He's got a fun pattern. He's really fast. He's got a cool design. He's got, like, antlers of fire. He's cool. I like Flame Stag. Plus, he's in a he, like, lives in a volcano. How rad is that? Magnus Centipede. Magnus Centipede is okay. He's kind of a dumb boss fight. He's really easy to kill with his weakness. Makes his boss fight really easy. Otherwise, I think he's actually a really hard boss fight. But otherwise, he's not that notable. Treats to cats. One moment, please. Treats have been retrieved. I hope you have awoken my cats from their slumber. You have disturbed them. Treats have been dispersed. Cats are confused. But they are grateful. I just have to make sure Oreo doesn't steal Toby's treats. Okay, it's fine. Both cats have received their treats. Who's this? This is Morph Moth. Morph Moth, it could have been a really cool boss fight, but he really gets a raw deal because half of his boss fight is just him like in his cocoon, and then he emerges as a moth, which is kind of fun, but it's like it's a really short boss fight, and it's just like, oh, this is over already. Well, that was dumb. And then you move on. So Morph Moth could have gotten a higher rank if your boss fight was designed better. Sorry. Plus your level is a junkyard. And it's kind of an annoying level. And then we've got Overdrive Ostrich. Overdrive Ostrich gets to B tier because I kind of like him, but he's not that cool. He does have a thing where he like jumps in the air and kicks, and if he hits you, you'll go flying. Because of momentum. I don't know, it's weird. And then we have everyone's favorite animal. Wire Sponge. Wire Sponge is a bit of an outlier. I think he's supposed to be some sort of vegetable, which is weird because everyone else is animals. I remember talking about this a long time ago. But yeah, Wire Sponge is a weird one. He does a silly little dance when he gets mad, though. This Reploid turned himself into a pickle. Literally. Funniest shit I've ever seen. Yeah, Wire Sponge literally is just Pickle Rick. I learned something today. But yeah, halfway through his boss fight, he gets like super angry and like a lightning rod pops out of his head. He's a weird thing. I think I don't know if it's like a Japanese culture lost in translation thing or if it's just weird. I don't know. I don't really get him, but he does a very silly dance when he gets angry and he turns red. Like he does the thing where it's like he slowly turns red, like it fills up. Like steam is going to come out of his ears or something. It's very silly. He's got a lot of personality for being a sponge. Anyway, Crystal Snail. An actual animal. Crystal Snail has a cool mechanic. He like slows down time. Time dilation. I'm gonna move Morph Moth down to D tier just because is kind of that forgettable. Morph Moth is kind of cool. Or, sorry, Crystal Snail is kind of cool. Got a really good stage theme, too. Wheel Gator. Wheel Gator, I think, has to be S tier because he is an alligator. He is an alligator who drives a giant dinosaur tank. And like when I say giant, I mean that is the level that you play. It is huge. It is in multiple rooms. It is this giant dinosaur tank. And he is in the cockpit in a room filled with a mysterious red liquid. Presumably it's supposed to be like blood, ? But there are no humans. So, oil, maybe? I don't know. But he's got a cool design, and he's a gator. And now we have the X-Hunters. Agile. So the X-Hunters are weird because they have two forms. You can fight them twice in the game. To get the best ending, you have to fight and defeat them twice. Generally, the first time you fight them is more difficult, and then the second time you have to fight them in through the main story. And most of their boss fights are they make sense. Agile is a weird one because Agile goes from being like a dude who's really quick and he moves around fast to being like this weird thing at the top of the screen where it's just his head that's visible. I'll see if I can find it here. Hang on. X2 Agile. Sure. Yeah, see, the first time you fight him, he looks like this. He's like a dude with a sword, and he's quick, and he moves around the screen fast. It makes sense. The second time you fight him, he's this. And he drops spikes from the ceiling. And that's it. That's his whole attack pattern. It's really weird. And I don't get it. He does kind of turn into a Gradius boss, yes. I don't understand it. And if you use the magnet mine, you can literally steer it upwards, and so you literally just stand at the bottom of the screen and you just shoot these mines up at him, and they hit him, and that's his weakness, and then he dies. It's very sad. So Agile kind of gets a raw deal. I'd put him into D tier just because he could have been a lot cooler, but he ends up being pretty lame. This is Sergius. Sergius is an F tier because he's really hard. The first time you fight him, he is by far the most difficult of the 3 X-Hunters. Because he's got, like, shields, and he flips around, and he's just annoying. He's bad. I don't like him. And then the second time you fight him, he has spikes on the floor, so it's just an instant kill. And he's also hard to hit. I don't like Sergius. Could be redesigned. And then finally we have Violin? I think? Or is your name Viola? I don't know. It's either like Violin or Viola. It's supposed to be like violence because he's big and angry and he's got a big spike ball that he throws around the place. He's also unique of the 3 X-Hunters that both times you fight him, it's the same boss fight. Like, he doesn't change his patterns at all. The room changes a little bit, but his actual pattern doesn't change at all. Unfortunately, he is also very forgettable, so you go with Agile. You get to hang out with them. Not as bad as Sergius, but not memorable. Then we have X2 version of Sigma. He's edgier this time. He's got claws. He's got Wolverine claws. And he jumps around the room. What is the big final boss for Mega Man X2? I don't think there is one. I think you fight Sigma in this form, and then you fight him in his virus form. I think. He's okay. He's not as cool as the original Sigma. I like that version of Sigma better than the Wolverine Sigma. It just feels like a little bit too much of a retread, I guess. Anyway, let's get into Mega Man X3. I gotta reorder these guys a little bit. Let's see. Put them into a sensible order. That's Sigma. That's Volt Catfish. Get over here. Okay. Mega Man X3 has some of my favorite music in the series, which seems to be like a minority opinion. A lot of people don't seem to talk about Mega Man X3's music as much as the first game, but I think it's got some real bangers. First up is Blast Hornet. Blast Hornet has got a really good stage theme, but the Mega Man X3 Mavericks do kind of seem to be like over-designed a little bit. Like, they've got a lot of colors and a lot of kind of flare details that their design doesn't read as readily as some of like the Mega Man X1 Mavericks. Blast Hornet I like Blast Hornet. I like their boss fight. I'll put Blast Hornet in B tier. I like them, but ultimately they're not that memorable. Lizard Buffalo is okay. He's an okay boss fight, but nothing special. I think. No, I'm thinking of a different winter. Hang on, I have to think about this. Okay, there is an ice-themed Maverick in almost all the Mega Man X games, save for 2 that I'm aware of. Because there's Chill Penguin, there's Blizzard Buffalo, there isn't one in X2. Then there's Frost Walrus. There isn't one in X5. And X6 has Blizzard Wolfang. So there's a lot of ice-themed Mavericks in these games. But anyway, Blizzard Buffalo, not that memorable. The same could also be said about Crushed Crawfish. You know what? I'm gonna put Crushed Crawfish into D tier. I don't like him. He's boring. He could be cool because I like crawfish and lobsters, but his design is just, he looks kind of weird. He's too bulky. His stage theme is okay, if a little like over orchestrated. I don't know. Hard to describe. And then we got Gravity Beetle. I'll put Gravity Beetle in A tier because he's a real big boy. He jumps around in a stage and he feels like he's real heavy. And then he can grab you and throw you into the ceiling because he's a beetle. Grabs you with his horn. And he's got a really good stage theme too. I like him. So Neon Tiger. Neon Tiger is also okay. I'd put it probably about the same level as Blast Hornet. Fun boss. Interesting design. Also has like the Wolverine claws, except they're like energy claws. Because that's neon, I guess. But there is... So there is a part of the stage theme for Neon Tiger that sounds exactly like the Guns N' Roses song My Michelle. And that is... It's probably done on purpose. Like, it sounds too close to be like, this was accidental. Like, it is the exact same riff. Like, the same guitar riff. But here's the thing. This isn't the last time that we'll be talking about Guns N' Roses in this tier list. The Guns N' Roses will be back in a little bit. A little bit later. But that is the first mention of it. Yeah, it's weird. Where was I? I wonder if I could find that. Hang on. Let's see here. Okay. I'm just gonna pause this for a second because so this is the stage, the theme for a Neon Tiger. This is the stage theme. Let me just turn the volume down. Okay. So it is what it is, but there is a specific part right here. Yeah. Right there. Pretty good. It's a good stage theme. I like it. Again, it's Mega Man X3 has that distinct like electric guitar sound, like the really crunchy kind of guitar that none of the other games have, that only the Super Nintendo could do. Okay, so that's that. Now I'm going to see if I can find... Okay, so this is This is only the melody from the Guns N' Roses song My Michelle, which this is a karaoke version of it, but you'll hear the similarity pretty quickly, I would think, if this video ever loads. Come on. Try again. So it's that same guitar riff from from this song that shows up in Neon Tiger's stage for some reason. I have no idea why. Someone on the development team was a fan of Guns N' Roses, I guess. Like it's the exact same guitar riff. Which is really funny to me. Alright. To save myself from DMCA. Shut that off. Even though it's just the karaoke version. It'll probably still get flagged on YouTube. But anyway. I always thought that was really interesting. It was a neat little bit of trivia, which I don't know. I don't think it's ever been confirmed if it's like an on-purpose reference or not, but I don't see how it could be anything other than on purpose. Like that's too close to call. But like I said, we'll be seeing Guns N' Roses again in a little bit. For now, we have to talk about Toxic Seahorse. Probably has my favorite stage theme out of Mega Man X3 altogether. Really good design. I like Toxic Seahorse. I'm going to put him in A rank, A tier. I like him a lot. His stage isn't that much fun to play. Could be a bit better. But I really like him, so he's going up there. Tunnel Rhino is going with Blizzard Buffalo because he's really unmemorable. But he does have the one cool thing that he has an attack that he turns invincible for, and when he does it, he goes all crazy colored. It's like rainbow colors, and it pulses and shimmers. It's weird. It's a really weird effect, but it works. It works good. He looks cool. Oh, Volt Catfish. You're okay. You're okay, Volt Catfish, but you're nothing special. You're kind of creepy, actually. So you can go into C tier. So, just like Mega Man X2 had the X-Hunters, Mega Man X3 introduced Bit and Bite, who were optional bosses that you could fight. Were they optional? No. I think you end up having to fight them as additional bosses in the middle of stages, which is strange. But oh, they don't have... They combine... Okay. So, Bit and Bite, you fight them individually on their own. You fight them each separately. They're both really annoying boss fights. I'll put them in C tier because I think I like them a bit. I think I like them a little bit more than the X-Hunters. I think their fights are a bit more fun, more dynamic. But they're still more difficult than they probably should be. But anyway, just like the X-Hunters, they reappear in the Sigma Fortress stages later in the game, and they both Bit and Bite combine into one entity that you then fight as a boss. But the name of that thing is absolutely insane. I have to find it. 1 second here. The name of that boss is absolutely bonkers. Okay. Okay, I found it. But I need everyone to see this. X3 bosses. Yeah, sure. Bosses. Okay, so we've got all the bosses here. We got Bit, Bite. We haven't got Devile yet, so don't pay attention to him. But when Bit and Bite combine, they become God Car Machine O Inari. Because that makes sense. It is a big centaur. I have no idea. Okay, well, I guess I'm learning something. Buddha Rupa? Is it a reference to something in Buddhism? Hang on. We're going down a rabbit hole here. Huh. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, when Bit and Bite combine, they become this thing. It has a sword like Bit, and it's... I don't know. I don't know how to describe this thing, but its name is God Car Machine O Inari. I don't know why. I don't know why, but that is what its name is. Even, like, if you watch the credits of Mega Man X3, it names all the bosses, and this thing is... This is its name, in-game. So there you go. There's that. That is the most memorable thing about Bit and Bite. Okay, so I guess I already spilled the beans. In Mega Man X3, Vile comes back. It turns out he survived, and he is rebuilt, and he's stronger than before. However, I'm going to put him in A tier, because he's not as cool as the original. I'm a sucker for, like, callbacks, and, you know, old characters coming back, and there's kind of a running theme there, but ultimately, all of Vile's stuff is optional. You don't ever have to actually fight Vile. Unless... I think if you beat Vile before you get to the final stages, then you don't have to fight him there. But if you don't do that, then you have to fight him in the final stages. So I guess you do end up having to fight Vile. But, I don't like his second incarnation as much. It feels like they could have made more of a plot point about it, but they didn't really. It's weird. So in Mega Man X3, they don't reveal that Sigma is behind everything until the very end of the game. Spoilers. Instead, the main villain is Dr. Doppler, who is like a crazy scientist man. And when you fight him, he takes his lab coat off and he's kind of buff. I gotta bump him down to C tier. He's on the same level as Bit and Bite that I only ever remember that he exists when I'm talking about Mega Man X3. He is not memorable otherwise. He looks very silly. But, And then we have Mega Man X3 Sigma, who... What was his deal? I don't remember what his, like, human form was like. I don't remember what weapon he had. I don't think he had one. I think he just had a cape. But then he, like, gets into his power armor, and it's this giant sprite that it literally has no other animations other than just, like, moving back and forth on the screen. It doesn't articulate in any other fashion, and it looks really silly. This is probably the worst Sigma to date. I'll throw him in the same vat as Dr. Doppler, too, because it's just... As much as I like Mega Man X3, I think it is definitely one of the weaker games altogether. You also fight Sigma 3 times. You fight him in his normal phase, and then in his power armor phase, and then you have to escape while he is a virus. Like, just his head is attacking you. Is that... Or do you have to fight him? Maybe it's X2 that you have to escape. I don't remember. Oh no, it's X3, because Dr. Doppler shows up at the end and sacrifices himself. He does the noble sacrifice and destroys Sigma's virus, except it doesn't, because Sigma can never die, except for when he dies. Anyway, it's time for Mega Man X4. All of these guys are out of order too. So I'm just gonna go ahead and reorder some of these. That's double. Okay. Mega Man X4 is the first game that was on the PlayStation. Gone are the days of the Super Nintendo. The 16-bit era is over. We are now soundly in the 32-bit era, which my hot take is that I think as far as the Mega Man X games are concerned, I think the 32-bit era is better than the 16-bit era. I like it better. Everything looks... I like the look of it more. It doesn't look as one-dimensional. I like the designs of the characters, and I like the story. As kind of cringy as it can be, I like the story in Mega Man X. I'm invested. With that being said, Mega Man X4 is the most story-heavy game thus far. But that doesn't really matter right now, because for now it's time that we talk about Cyber Peacock. Yeah, Mega Man X4 is the "What am I fighting for" cutscene. That infamous cutscene. X4 also has some really good Maverick designs. Like, Cyber Peacock, most people probably don't remember. It has a really weird stage theme. Like, it's very frantic and crazy. And the boss fight is actually pretty fun, but otherwise not very memorable. Frost Walrus sucks. I'm sorry, but Frost Walrus is just bad. His sprite is way too big. He's an easy boss fight. Like, he's a total pushover. And the only good thing about his stage is that when you first beam in, you can see Chill Penguin frozen in ice in the background. And Blizzard Buffalo, for that matter. They're both there. So that's fun. Jet Stingray is going to F tier because he has one of the worst levels in the series. It is a forced jet bike series. So you're on a jet bike. It's forced scrolling. You can't slow down. And you can die instantly by hitting almost anything. And there are collectibles in his stage that if you miss them and you progress, you can't go back and get them. You have to do the whole level over again. It's bad. It's terrible. I hate that level so much. X4 was the first... Well, okay. You could play as Zero in Mega Man X3, but only for, like, temporary things. You would basically be able to call him in to play in most regular stages, but you couldn't fight any bosses with him. And yeah, you couldn't fight any bosses, and he was very limited into what he could actually do. he had more health than X, and he had like his beam saber and all that stuff. His Z saber. But there is an Easter egg in X3. There is one mini boss that you fight. If you do all the steps correctly, which includes fighting Vile early so that you don't fight him at the end of the game. In the room that you would fight Vile, there is a different mini boss that you would fight. If you fight that boss as Zero, it will crash into him and basically put him out of commission, and he will give X his Z saber. So X actually gains like a level 4 charge that lets him use the Z saber, and that's how you get that for the end of the game. There are a lot of upgrades in X3, like an absurd amount of them. But the Z saber is the most convoluted one to get, but it's also really powerful. So that is the extent of how much you could play as Zero in X3. X4 is just, you can play as Zero, but you play the entire game as Zero. At the beginning of the game, you pick either X or Zero, and then that choice is locked in for the rest of the game. And honestly, I like playing as Zero better anyway. He has cooler abilities, especially in X4, because it's much more focused around the Z-Saber than it is being like, you know, a ranged attacker like X. It's a fun, you know, change to the formula. Although none of that has any bearing on Jet Stingray stage, because you're on a bike, and the bike stages are always the same, and they're always bad. Anyway, it's Magma Dragoon. Magma Dragoon is a Street Fighter character, which automatically puts him up here. I'm gonna put him in S tier. He's cool. He throws Hadoukens, and he has like all of Ryu's moves from Street Fighter. And he's even got like, it's kind of hard to see, but around his neck he's got like the big round bead necklace that, oh, what is that one? There's a Street Fighter character who has that. I think it's like Ryu's master or sensei who had that. Anyway, Magma Dragoon is basically a Street Fighter reference, so he's kind of cool. He's also got like, he was a Maverick hunter, so he was like teamed up. He was on the same team as X and Zero at the beginning of the game, and then he betrays you. And so there's kind of, he's got a little bit more story going on than the other ones. And then he shows up in Mega Man X5 as the tutorial boss, which is really fun. I like that. I like that little reference. I like Mega Man X5 a lot because it is basically just a non-stop love letter to the rest of the series. But for now, that's X5. We have to talk more about X4. And in doing so, we have to talk about Slash Beast. Slash Beast is dumb. His stage theme is bad. In fact, I'm going to put him in F tier. His stage theme is bad. His boss fight is not very much fun. He's not memorable. And his name... Back when I did a Let's Play of these games on YouTube like a decade ago, a friend of mine made the joke that Slash Beast sounds like a really awful Reddit community. And yeah, that's probably true. Split Mushroom is a mushroom that splits and he makes clones of himself. And he bounces around his arena with very silly noises. He's fun. Yeah, Split Mushroom is a lot of fun. He is just a little guy, and he just makes clones of himself and hops around, and he is weak to electricity, and if you hit him with it, he also makes silly noises. It's also just kind of a fun boss fight, honestly. Oh yeah, his is the staircase level. Yeah. They reused that in Mega Man X5. But yeah, Split Mushroom, again, also a very good stage theme. I like it. Oh, what is your name? Storm Owl, I think. Which is weird because you got Storm Eagle. Is it Storm Owl? And X5, X4 bosses. It is Storm Owl. Somehow I never realized that they just reused that prefix. Now it's Storm Eagle and Storm Owl. I guess they're both in the Air Force, so they may have known each other? Sure, I'll put Storm Owl in B tier. I like him. I think there is like a running theme that like all of the Mavericks and the Reploids in the Air Force know each other, which is confirmed by some dialogue in Mega Man X5. So I think Storm Eagle and Storm Owl may have known each other. Anyway. There's the other spider character. It's Web Spider. Sure, I'll put you in C tier, because... yeah. Web Spider is an okay boss fight. Nothing standout. The stage is beautiful, though. It's a jungle, and there's like running water. It's very pretty. So that gets you some points. But you're still kind of boring. And you have a silly beret. Because I think Web Spider is supposed to be like special forces. So he has a beret. There's a big military theme in X4. And then we have Colonel. I hate the fact that so we've got Colonel and then we've got General. And those are their names. They don't have names other than that. And then we have Colonel's sister, whose name is Iris. I don't get it. But anyway, Colonel, I like Colonel. I'm gonna put him in S tier. His voice actor is awful. But I mean, everybody's is. It's Mega Man X4. Every voice actor is terrible. Colonel's voice actor and General's in particular are hard to take seriously in those cutscenes. But I like the story that is presented. I like the whole like military coup that's going on. The rivalry between him and Zero is really good. And he's a fun boss. So yeah, he gets to be in S tier. General, on the other hand... General gets put on the other end of the scale because his voice is absurd. So first of all, to put it in perspective, General is enormous. Like, Colonel is basically the same size as Zero. Same height, maybe a little bit taller, but like as far as like all the bosses are concerned, him and Zero are basically the same size. General is the size of a room. He is huge. One of his fists is bigger than Zero. And he has just the dumbest voice. Like his voice sounds like just like a middle manager named Steve from accounting or something. And it's just this huge, intimidating figure. And he's just got this pathetic, nasally voice. It doesn't work. And his boss fight is bad. Because you have to hit his head. And to get up there, you have to climb on his hands that he fires off of him. And otherwise, he's too tall for you to get up there and hit. So you have to wait. It is a boss fight of waiting. And those are just always bad. I don't like them. So, sorry, General, but you get put in F tier, because you are a silly character. that I don't know why General exists, to be honest. Because, like, most of the focus is on Colonel. He is the primary driver of the military coup. He is the main force in the story. But General is there too, for some reason. I don't know. Military solidarity, I guess. Anyway, now we have what we're fighting for. Which I think we have to Iris gets her own tier. So again, I like the story in Mega Man X4, specifically Zero's story. I mean, it feels like a game that was made to tell a story about Zero, because X's story is really shallow and stupid. And the whole love story with Zero and Iris is, despite the voice acting, you know, it's good in theory. And having a boss fight against Iris is kind of fun. It's interesting. And it's a mechanically interesting boss fight, if a little bit annoying. I like her. But she gets her own tier anyway. On the other side of the coin, we have Double, who is the boss that you would fight as X in place of Iris. And X's story in X4 is literally just, there's this new guy who shows up named Double, and he's clumsy and fat, and he wants to be X's friend. And X becomes friends with him while this whole military coup is happening that X isn't really a part of. And then, but X is still like fighting the bad guys. He's still fighting Colonel and General, but he's not like invested in the coup at all as a story. And then it turns out that Double is actually a bad guy, and he turns into this guy. And then X's friend, oh no, he's been betrayed and he's a bad guy, and that's it. That's the whole story. It's X makes a new friend who turns out to be a bad guy, and his name is Double. It's awful. I hate Double. I've played X's story once in X4, and I was like, all right, I don't think I ever have to do that again. It's bad. It's bad. I don't like it. But you go through all of that, and then you find out. You remember getting stuck on Double? I honestly don't even remember what his boss fight is like. I just remember the music is not good. The fight theme that plays for Double is, I mean, it's compared to the music that you get for Iris, it's garbage. It sounds like somebody is banging on a keyboard. It's not good. But anyway, you get to the end of the game and you find out Sigma is behind everything. Of course. So, except this version of Sigma, he's got a spooky cape and a scythe. I think this version of Sigma... Do I like this version more? Yeah. I'd say that version of Sigma is at least on par with the original. He's also got huge shoulder pads. He looks like a World of Warcraft character, and giant shoes that look like sneakers. His design is a little bit silly, but the scythe is a kind of a cool weapon. It's like a laser scythe. And you fight him in there's 3 stages, but the first 2 stages you fight him as like he's like a Reaper ghost, and then he takes his cloak off and he's just dude with big shoulder pads. So I think he's kind of cool. He's at least as interesting as the original Sigma. More interesting than Wolverine Sigma and whatever was going on in X3. And now we go to my favorite game in the series, Mega Man X5. We gotta move these a little bit. Gotta do some rearranging. Some of these, I'm getting confused about some of these now. I can only assume that these are the 3 variations in X5. Okay, well, anyway. Mega Man X5. So remember how I said we'd be coming back to Guns N' Roses? Someone on the localization team for X5 really liked Guns N' Roses, like a lot, because rather than just calling all of the Mavericks their usual names, you know, like Flame Mammoth or Tunnel Rhino or Chill Penguin, they decided to go a little off the wall in X5, and they named all of the Mavericks after members of Guns N' Roses. So, we've got, I guess first up, we've got Axel the Red, who, okay, first of all, I love Axel's design. He's probably, I'm probably going to put him in double S tier, because he's one of my favorite Maverick designs out of the series. He is... Slash Beast was a game too early. Truly. But yeah, Axel's design is awesome. He's got like... He's kind of a Pokemon. He's got like a Vine Whip attack. He's got like the big sleeves with the rose petals on them. It's so good. And the boss fight is super fun too. It's a good boss fight. I enjoy it. I love fighting Axel so much. One of my favorite characters. And obviously, his name is a reference to Axl Rose. He is a literal rose, and his name is Axel. Doesn't get more clear than that. From there, we have the bat named Dark Dizzy. I don't know what specifically all of the names are references to. I don't know Guns N' Roses that well. Some of them are like names to like the Guns N' Roses band manager or something, because there's not that many members. But Dark Dizzy was in a planetarium. He was a scientist. Honestly, not that memorable. I don't really like fighting him that much. He's gonna go into C tier. He's okay. I really like the designs in Mega Man X5 a lot. It feels like they kind of toned them down a bit from the like colorful orbs and doodads from X3 and X4. So that's Dark Dizzy. Oh, and now we have probably the silliest named character in the series, even sillier than Rangda Bangda. We have Duff Mcwhelan. For his name alone, I think he gets S tier. Duff Mcwhelan, actually no, his stage sucks. Duff Mcwhelan is, I love his name so much because it's so stupid. But his stage, you have to fight a submarine in different stages throughout his level, and it takes so long. And there's no way to speed it up. There's no way to like speed run through his level. I guess there kind of is, but it's still like forced scrolling. It's bad. His boss fight has instant kill spikes, and it's not that much fun. It's all underwater. It's really just his name that he has going for him, and his stage theme is a remix or a reorchestration of Bubble Crab's theme. It's the exact same song. Because Mega Man X5 is just references to other Mega Man X games. The video game. That's what it is. But hey, Duff Mcwhelan is a fantastic name. Now we've got Grizzly Slash. It was a reference to Slash, obviously. I'm going to put him in D tier. There's nothing particularly wrong about him, but he's just... There's nothing notable about him either. He's just a big bear. His boss fight is really boring and really easy. And his level is not great either. Then we have Dr. Izzy Glow, who's a glow bug. I like him quite a bit. He's got a big handlebar mustache. I would put him at least as high as... Well... Yeah. He's got a pretty good stage theme. And I think... I could swear... Oh, that's X6 I'm thinking of. Never mind. But yeah, Izzy Glow, I like him. In fact, he's one of the few Mavericks that when you get to him, he starts having a conversation. Excuse me. He starts having a conversation with you, and he is actually like, he's okay. He's normal. But then he like gets infected while you're talking to him, and he goes crazy and attacks you. Same with Volt Kraken here. That happens to him too. But there's actually there's different conversations for the Mavericks depending on if you're playing as X or Zero. And on that note, there is... God, I forgot about his name until this moment. This is the Skyver. He is a Pegasus. I have to put him in the same tier as Storm Eagle because he is basically just an upgraded version of the Storm Eagle boss fight. Like, he has the exact same attack patterns and just more of them. He's more advanced. He's faster. It's a pretty fun boss fight. He also, if you're playing as Zero, he will actually call Zero out for killing Colonel in the previous game because they were both in the Air Force, so they knew each other. And so if you're playing as Zero, the Skyver will just be like, hey, you killed Colonel. You kind of suck. I want to fight you now. If you're playing as X, I think he just gets infected and he goes crazy. But it's a neat touch. I like the fact that if you're playing as Zero, he actually calls you out. Not all of the bosses in X5 are actually Mavericks. Some of them are either just dicks or they want to fight for other reasons, for personal reasons. Also, I realized I called this guy Volt Kraken. That is his Japanese name. That is what his normal Maverick name is. In X5, in the localized version, this guy's name is Squid Adler. He automatically gets put into F tier as well because his stage is also... Well, his stage opens with a jet bike sequence that is incredibly easy to die on. Like, it is crazy how easy it is to just die instantly in the first... It's literally only the first, like, minute or two of the level that you're on this bike. But it's so easy to just drop into a bottomless pit. Because... And I think this is the cruelest thing that the game series does as a whole. It is the only level that, at the beginning of each level, it pops up with the word ready, and then you can move your character. You can do whatever after that happens. In the jet bike sequence, you have control before the ready is gone from the screen. Like, once the ready pops up, you already have control of the bike. And if you don't jump before the ready is gone off the screen, you die. So it's literally, you can start playing the level and be dead within 5 seconds because you don't know that you're supposed to jump over that pit before the ready message has gone off the screen. It's bad. Bad design. So, sorry, Squid Adler. But for that reason alone, for that stupid jet bike, you get put in the trash. Now on that note, we've got one last Maverick who is Matrex. Spelled with 2 T's. Like mattress, except with an X on the end. You get put into C tier. You're okay. I actually like him more. I like his design a lot. He's a dinosaur. He's a big T-Rex. Kind of. But he lives in a volcano and he's got fire, and I like that. So I'll put him in B tier. He's okay. X5 also introduced a new character named Dynamo, who you fight several times, and then he just kind of goes away. Dynamo goes into D tier because he kind of sucks. He reappears in Mega Man X6, also for basically no reason. And then he just goes away again. He's a really strange character. Like in X5, his whole thing is that he's basically just there to harass you. And it kind of makes sense. But then yeah, like you beat him and he just leaves. He doesn't get destroyed, he just leaves. And then in X6, he shows up again. And you fight him, and then he's just like, okay, bye. And he leaves again. And he's never seen again. Dynamo's weird. So, sorry, bud. You're just kind of lame. Now, Mega Man X5 is a giant love letter to the rest of the series, so all of the bosses, or several of the bosses that you fight in the final stages, are direct references to older bosses. So you fight an updated version of Rangda Bangda. It's back. Except it's more annoying this time. I want to put this version of Rangda Bangda into the same tier as the first Rangda Bangda, but this version is much more difficult. So I have to put it down a tier, despite the fact that I still kind of like it. It's really hard. It's one of the hardest. Is it even one of the hardest bosses in the game? I don't know, because this guy exists. So in X5, one of the bosses is the Black Devil, who is a reference to the devil characters that you fought in the old school Mega Man games, like the Yellow Devil, I think from Mega Man 2. And there's the Green Devil in Mega Man 7. But in X5, there is the Black Devil that you have to fight, and boy howdy, is that a hard boss fight. I wanted to put it higher because it's a fun boss fight. Like, it's very dynamic. You really have to know the patterns that you're watching for. But the problem is, the reason that it's so difficult is because if it hits you, it does a crazy amount of damage. Like, if you're not... I remember when I was streaming it, I think if you're playing as Zero without his armor upgrade, a single hit will do like a quarter of your health, even if it's fully upgraded. Like, it's nuts. And it's really easy to get hit by him. It's such a hard boss fight. It's so hard. It's so hard. But I do like it. I love the fact that it's a reference to old Mega Man games. I like the fight. Like, it is a fun boss fight. If it didn't do so much damage. I think it would be higher rated if it didn't. Its difficulty isn't just, you know, how its tactics or its attack patterns or anything like that. Its difficulty is in just how much damage it does. And I think if that was toned down a bit, I would rate it higher. Anyway. This is where we get into some weird territory. So, Mega Man X5. I don't know if this is supposed to be X5 or if this is X6. No, that must be X5, because that's the pose that Zero does. Okay, well, these are all good fights. They're all going into the highest tier, because in X5, you fight, depending on if you're playing as 0 or X, you will have to fight one or the other. So if you're playing as 0 when you get to that point in the game, you will fight X. And if you're playing as X, you will have to fight either regular 0 or you'll have to fight Nightmare 0, who is more powerful. These boss fights are, in my opinion, these are the high point of the series, because it's not like they kind of get, you know, boss fight-ified. They get more abilities that they don't normally have as a player character, but it's still like you're still fighting the same sprite of the other character, so they're still the same size. But the thing that's so good about these boss fights is, I mean, one, the music is fantastic. It's amazing. I love that song so much. But the other great thing about it is, if you're fighting X, he uses abilities from the Mavericks in X4. So he uses like the cloning ability that you would have got from Split Mushroom. He uses what else does he use? He uses the ultimate armor that you get in X4, that you only get in X4. Like, all of his attacks are based on stuff that he had in Mega Man X4, the abilities that you actually had as a player that you got from the Mavericks, which is super cool. I love that detail. Zero, on the other hand, if you fight Zero, he has very similar attack patterns as when you fought him as a boss in Mega Man X2. He has, like, because in X2 he has this attack where he shoots 2 blasts at you and then he swings his Z-Saber, and in X5 when you fight him he does the exact same attack pattern, but it's just powered up a little bit more, and he like does a ground punch that sends projectiles into the air that he does in both games. It's really, really, really good design. I love the fact that they called back to that old stuff when you're fighting as these two best friends. It's like the whole Anakin versus Obi-Wan fight in Episode 3. Is it a little bit silly? Yeah, sure. But it represents something so good. There's something so cool, and it hits me right in the right place when it's like two best friends fighting each other. It's so good. I love it. So anyway, that's my favorite part of the series, right there. And it doesn't really matter what configuration it is. It's a fantastic boss fight either way. So they're up in the top. You never finished X5 because you didn't want to kill Zero. Well, I have news for you. Zero can die many times, but he always seems to come back. Even when the series creator intended it to be his final death. And then Mega Man X5, Sigma is there again. Actually, X5 is weird because it actually starts with Sigma. Like in X5, in the tutorial stage, you find out that it's Sigma. He's the one that's behind everything. There's no big secret. It's just, yeah, it's the Sigma virus. He's back, and he's doing it all again. Actually, that version of Sigma kind of sucks. I love this design of Sigma. He looks very, like, streamlined and just very simplified. But that actual boss fight is really tedious. It's not very much fun. Again, he does an absurd amount of damage when he hits you. It's crazy. Not as cool as the original. And I guess that's X5. Now we move on to Mega Man X6, which... oh boy, I've got some things to say about Mega Man X6. Okay. So X6 is weird. The creator of the Mega Man X series intended X5 to be the final game, which would then lead into the Mega Man Zero series. But Capcom was like, hey, that sold well. Can you do that again? And then they made Mega Man X6, in which Zero just kind of comes back. For no good reason. Because in X5, Zero gives X his Z-Saber. Or, like, X takes the Z-Saber from, like, Zero's corpse and carries it with him as a reminder of his best friend. After this big culmination of all this, you know, emotional drama. And then in X6, you start with the Z-Saber as X. You have it. But then you can just get Zero and play as him for the rest of the game. Which is weird. And it's especially weird because Zero actually has, like, his attack animations are completely different in X6. They're actually pretty cool. I like the attack animations, but it just completely undermines the whole story that they've been dealing with up to this point. It's really weird. Also, Mega Man X6 is hard as balls. I have played X6 a few times, and Jesus, that game does not pull any punches. It wants to torture you every second of every moment because it was made to hurt. I really dislike X6 a lot. I think it is one of the worst games in the series, despite having some really good music and some great character designs and one of my favorite boss fights. It's just bad. It's really, really bad. So with that in mind, let's talk about Blaze Heatnix, the Phoenix. Blaze Heatnix gets an F because when I streamed Mega Man X6, there is no other level in the game that gave me as much trouble as Blaze Heatnix's stage. It's just a series of mini-boss fights that are incredibly difficult, filled with instant kill lava, and you have to hit tiny little weak points on four corners of this giant enemy that takes up half the screen. It's really, really bad. So, Blaze Heatnix, you get put in the trash because of that. Blaze Heatnix is also a dumb name, yes. Speaking of which, we have Blizzard Wolf Fang. I don't care. I never really liked Blizzard Wolfang as a boss, as a character that much. They're not very memorable, so they just get put there. However, there's Commander Yamark. I like Commander Yamark. Really good stage theme, good character design. Really underwhelming character, but they're a dragonfly. I like them. They're cool. And they have the name Yamark, which is just great. Commander Yamark. Looks like a Power Ranger. Anyway. Commander Yamark is okay in my books. Ground Scaravich is a dung beetle. He also gets put in the trash because his level is also terrible. In a similar fashion, it is like a series of randomized platform challenges, and then you have to fight these totem poles, one of which is above instant kill spikes, and it's quite difficult. Another really hard stage to play through, and for that reason alone, even though the Ground Scaravich makes very silly noises that make me laugh, he gets put in the trash because of his stage. It's got really bad music too. I know there's probably some people out there who love the music in X6. It's really hit or miss. Ground Scaravich's music is just, nah, it ain't good. Who else? We got Infinity Maginian. I don't know what this thing is supposed to be. You know what? Infinity Maginian gets put in the trash too because their stage is okay, but the boss fight is really annoying. He clones himself constantly. Like, if you hit him, he leaves clones of himself behind. But it's unclear how the mechanics really work. It's a bad boss fight. I don't like Infinity Maginian. Just get out of here. Hey, PO. I am listing Mega Man X bosses. We're 6 games deep now. We got a whole list going here, but I am now just thoroughly putting Mega Man X6 characters into the trash bin because I hate that game. 3 of which, so far this is the only game that has 3 characters in the trash because of bad game mechanics. Oh, and then we've got another good name. This is Metal Shark Player. He lives in a junkyard. I like Metal Shark because he summons like junkyard versions of previous bosses in his boss fight, which I am a sucker for stuff like that. I'd at least put him in the same tier as Commander Yamark. Well, no, I'm gonna bump you down because your stage is also really annoying. Lots of waiting for garbage pressers. Oh, Rainy Turtloid is another really good name. I'll put Rainy Turtloid in A tier because he is large. He is a huge person. I miss the Guns N' Roses names too. But yeah, I like Rainy Turtloid a lot. He is very big. His stage theme is pretty good. His stage isn't too annoying, just slightly. And overall, pretty solid design. Again, I like the character designs in X6. I just don't like the game design. Oh, and then we got the Clam Man, Shield Sheldon. Shield Sheldon, where do you go? I'd put you in C tier. Bazinga. I'll put you in C tier because you're very unmemorable, but I like your design, and your stage is pretty clever. It deals with lasers, bouncing lasers off of mirrors. It's fun. It's fairly inoffensive. So, in X6, there is a whole plot line that a new virus has emerged, and they're calling it the Zero virus. And there are all of the Mavericks. They're not Mavericks. I think they're Zero Hunters. They're basically like trying to find the source of the Zero virus, but they're secretly being run. They're like being like really shady about it. And then you find out, oh, actually they're probably Mavericks. But anyway, kind of like the secondary boss characters, like the X Hunters and Bit and Bite, they introduce Hymax, who is a big Reploid who is invincible unless you hit him with specific weapons. They introduce him in a really important and big way at the beginning of the game, and then he kind of just disappears, and no one really seems to care about him after that. You fight him, and then he blows up, and then he is never heard from ever again. I like his design. He was really promising, but he ended up being super forgettable. Rip in peace, Hymax. This boss goes directly into the trash. Because I don't remember what this boss is called, but there's two of these big squares, and they move around a really big room. And if they hit you, they do a crazy amount of damage. It's a bad boss. It's one of the worst in the series. One of the most difficult bosses in the series. Just bad. I hate it. I want nothing to do with that boss. If it never existed again, I would be okay with that. I don't know what's up with this. Presumably, if you don't rescue Zero before getting to the final stages, you will have to fight like a virus version of him in X6. But honestly, I've never done that before. I have never played Mega Man X6 without rescuing Zero. So I've never done that fight. I don't know what it's like to fight him in X6. Presumably, it's a lot like X5, but I don't know. Okay, this is the one redeeming factor of X6. This is Gate. He is a scientist who ends up being kind of the main antagonist throughout the game. And then you fight him, and he dons this like golden armor. I'm going to put him on a double S tier because I love that fight. He dons like this golden armor, and his lab coat becomes a cape. And he floats around this little arena. And the way that you have to fight him is you have to hit his projectiles back into him. You can't damage him directly, which is kind of fun. It's kind of different for this kind of game. And also his boss fight is just it slaps harder than almost any other song in the game series. Not quite as it doesn't slap as hard as X vs. Zero. That song is incredible. But the boss fight for Gate is really good. Oh, I feel a sneeze coming on. Oh, there we go. So you fight Gate, and then you find out that, oh no, Sigma's behind everything yet again. Or more likely, it's that I like this version of Sigma because it's more likely that Gate was trying to revive Sigma, because when you actually find him in X6, he's like a zombified version of Sigma. Like he barely seems even conscious. Like he's just basically groaning and yelling at you. He doesn't seem like he's all there. Like, he's just basically a shell of his former self. He's just acting on hatred. It's a weird boss fight because all he does is basically just shamble toward you, and then you hit him and he falls down. And then he shoots electric orbs at you. And then his second stage comes out, and that's a whole different rigmarole, but that's Sigma. So that is X1 through 6. And those are all the games that I've played. I haven't played X7 and I haven't played X8. And all of these lovely characters are from those games. I don't recognize them. So unfortunately, I can't really rank those because I don't know who they are. I know this is the hyena that got memed in X7 that just yells constantly at you. I also don't feel particularly compelled to play these games because I have heard they're bad. X8 not as bad as X7, but still not great. And I don't know if they included characters from Command Mission or not. It doesn't seem like it. God, I should play Command Mission. One of these days. But there you have it. The definitive list of Mega Man X bosses. I don't think I really want to rearrange this. As you can see, there's really not that many excellent bosses, I would say. And even all of these bosses aren't there strictly because the boss fights are fun. It's, you know, they have good designs. But all of these are great. Does Armored Armadillo deserve to be up that high? Yeah, sure, why not? He's got a good stage theme. Plus, that is, in his level, you can get the Hadoken special ability, the Easter egg, which instantly kills almost anything. And everything in F tier we could do without. And then there's all this stuff, which I don't know what it is. So we'll just ignore that. Save that for posterity. That is only episodes 1 through, or only games X1 through X6. I think I'm gonna go get a drink because I got something in my throat, so I will be right back. I've never completed any Mega Man game. I would recommend it. I mean, Mega Man X, like the first Mega Man X game, is really solid. Overall, it's good. Well designed, it's fun. And if you like that, you can keep going. Or, play the old school Mega Man too. They're hard, but they're all pretty good. Or maybe one of these days I'll play the Mega Man Zero and ZX games, because I've never played those ones, but I've heard they're pretty good. I would probably like them, but for now, this is where I'm sitting. I'm a Mega Man X fanboy, not Legends or old school, classic, or Battle Network. Yeah, there's so many there's so many different flavors of Mega Man that, depending on what you're looking for, you can probably find it. But I like the fast-paced action of the X series. It feels good. It feels like a natural evolution of the original series that isn't just the original. It's got a little bit more story to it that I also like, even if the story is a little cringy. But anyway, I will be right back. I'm gonna go get a drink. I shall return in just a moment. I'm back with water. So, where do we go from here? Could rank Five Nights at Freddy characters. I've only ever played the first one. Or Danganronpa characters. I am only familiar with the first ones. I haven't even played a Danganronpa game. Marvel movies. Fast food. You could always do fast food or types of drinks. Fruit. The ultimate fruit tier list. There is one other thing that I could do. Oh, Lego tier list. I wonder. Let's see. Lego YouTuber ranking? Weird. Lego movie faves? Ranking characters from the Lego movies? Interesting. Lego games from 2005 to 2015. Could do that. Lego movies. Lego Star Wars Summer 2020 sets ranked. I mean, that'd be cool if we're more familiar with them. I could rank the games, so I feel like I'm kind of doing that. All Lego video game bosses? Oh my god. This is a lot. There's probably spoilers in here. Oh, there's definitely spoilers in here. I shouldn't look at that. I could definitely rank all the Lego games, yeah. Best Lego themes. Ooh. Oh my god. These aren't themes. These are just different sets within the themes. Like there's 50 different Star Wars sets. Duplo SS tier? Get out of here. This is all that matters. Bionicle is S tier. Everybody knows it. Original Bionicle, like the first run of Bionicle. As well as, God, I still can't get over the elves Lego sets, because it's just like It's just like it's fantasy girl Lego, which is just silly. Or the Friends. All the girl Lego sets are just... why? Oh, there we go. The Arctic Explorers. They had the orange chainsaws. And this one. There. Those are the best Lego sets. I mean, as well as several Star Wars ones, but these were the best ones. The orange chainsaws in the original incarnation, and the Adventure, the Indiana Jones knockoff before they had the Indiana Jones license. I loved that stuff. Oh yeah, the Aquanauts. I had some of that stuff too. That was pretty cool. What else stands out in here? Hero Factory. That was after my time. There was Overwatch Lego? Huh. Oh, here we go. Pirates. These are the old school pirate sets. Yeah. The old school pirates were great. Are those official Overwatch Legos? Yeah, I would assume so. Hang on. Yeah. Oh, God. Fine. Whatever. Yeah, these are official Overwatch Lego sets. Oh, you can get one with the hamster. If Blizzard didn't suck so much, I might actually consider getting one of those, but alas. I already spent enough money collecting all the Overwatch Figmas. The SpongeBob Lego sets are like ridiculously expensive now. Oh, I mean, a lot of them are. The old school Star Wars ones are just... some of them are stupid expensive. They probably have it in here somewhere. I don't know where it would be, but there's a brand of Lego that's like basically like adult Lego sets. They're like the really fancy Lego sets, like the big collector edition versions of Star Wars ships, but they do like smaller ones too. Like there was one that came out, it was a blacksmith shop. It was like a fantasy blacksmith. But it was like super detailed and had like actual like shingles on the house and all the details inside. It's discontinued now, so it's really hard to find and it's really expensive, but it looks awesome. I wish I could get my hands on it. But they've got a few of those sets that are just like, they're almost like regular Lego sets, but just hyper detailed. And with a ton more pieces, and they look great. But they're crazy expensive. They're like anywhere from like, you know, $100 to like $500 per set. Like it's just stupid. I can't remember what the name of that series is. It's got, I think it's Creator. Because I think it's actually like, I think you can actually design Lego sets and then submit them to like the Lego Creator system and have people vote on them, and you might actually be able to them be made into an actual Lego set. Maybe it's Ideas. It's either Creator or Ideas, something, one of the two. But it's pretty cool. Lego Star Wars 3 character tier list. That's getting a little too specific. Wonder if there's a Bionicle sets G1 and G2. Oh my god. How were there this many Bionicles? What is this? When I was around when I remember when Bionicles first came out, and there was like 6 of them. And that was it. There was 6 of the big ones, and then I think there were 6 of the little guys that like corresponded to them. And they all had different masks. And the masks were like different collectibles. They came in those cool cylinders, yeah. I had this one. I actually had 5 of them. I had the green one, the white one, the black one, the red one, and the blue one. So I had 5. I didn't have the brown one. I can't remember any of their names, but I had all those. I didn't have any of the little guys, though, but I do remember getting... You could actually get, like... There were, like, little packages that came with the masks, because you could, like, swap their masks out, but it was, like, a little package, and inside had, like, a set of masks that were randomized. You didn't know which ones you were getting. It was, like, a booster pack. And I remember getting at least 1 or 2 of those, because I actually had... where's the red one? This one. I have a gold version of that mask. And I have a silver version of, I think, this mask. Because the silver and the gold versions were, like, more powerful or something. I don't remember the lore, but I remember getting those and I was, like, super hyped about it. But yeah, good lord, I don't remember there being this many Bionicles. Covenant ones with the hunchbacks. I don't remember. I was never that big into like Bionicle lore. I mostly just liked them because they were cool figures, and then I made my own stories up with them. Bionicle masks and helmets. There's so many of them. Oh, okay. I think I had a gold version of this one. Yeah, now that I think about it, I think I had a gold version of this mask, but I don't think I had this one. I think I had a silver version of this one. I think I only had 1 gold mask. Maybe I had this one too. I don't remember. I don't know. I remember the masks being like a cool thing, and making them interchangeable was a cool idea. Yeah, that's the iconic mask, this one. That's like the main brand for Bionicle that they were going with, was that mask in particular. This guy. The fire dude. Bionicle waves. That's a lot of waves. All right. There is one more tier list that I remember looking up and thinking to myself, this would be a good one. But I don't know. I don't know if I have the stamina to do that one. So I haven't watched a lot of anime over my years, but I have watched Bleach. And I have plenty of opinions about characters in Bleach. And I found, was it this one? There's a lot of characters in Bleach, to put it mildly. I think this is the one I was looking at. But I don't remember most of these. Well, not most of them. I don't remember some of the character names. I could just do the waifu tier list. That is still a lot of characters. And at least a couple of these characters are underage, so no. At least one of those characters is significantly underage, so no. Not going to do that. Ooh, Bleach Openings would be good. Bleach Openings is a pretty quick and dirty one I think I could do. First opening is... I don't really like it that much, honestly. Second opening is very good. Third opening... I don't like it as much. The fourth one is probably about on that level. I think that was a filler arc. You didn't watch Bleach far enough to get to the second opening. I mean, the series changes very significantly. I think that that's when it gets better, but that's for my own reasons, I guess. That's Rolling Star. Rolling Star is very good. I like how when I put these together, it kind of makes the Bleach logo. That's very funny. Alonus, it's pretty good. Rolling Star is probably S. After Dark is one of my favorites. You know what? I'm gonna have to move all these down. Because I think I want to put After Dark above that one. Chubara is down there. Philonica is... It's not that great, actually. Shoujo S is not a very good opening. Like, it doesn't really do much, but it's got a really catchy song. That's another filler arc. It was okay. I like that song. Actually, I like that one quite a bit. Change is fantastic. This is around the part where I actually stopped watching Bleach, and I just kind of kept up with the manga for a bit. And so I'm not as familiar with these openings, but that one was okay. Sure. Something like that. Bleach openings are pretty good. I like them on the whole. I am very tempted to do Bleach character rating. This could take a while. There are some giant swords in Bleach. Okay, I'm gonna try and run through this fairly quick. But, oh, hang on. First of all, row below, I need to... Okay, so I'll add a row for literally who. Is that Thor in the fifth row? I don't know. So, okay. Here's my dirty secret about Bleach. I don't... So I was reading the manga. I kind of stopped watching the anime because it was in... I think they just wrapped up the filler arc. And they were getting back to the main story, but I had already read ahead in the manga. But I was already at a point in the manga where I was completely caught up. And so I was waiting for like new chapters to come out. And so I kind of just lost interest. So I didn't actually read the final arc that dealt with all the Quincy. Which I did, but I did come back and I still haven't read it, but I've read like the synopsis of it. So I know what happens. And I know generally kind of some of the characters. But a lot of the Quincy characters I am horribly unfamiliar with because I don't know who they were. And it's a little unfortunate, but that arc was also notoriously rushed and not very well rounded, so I don't know. But it's being made into the anime now. It is being adapted into the anime officially. So maybe now things will happen. These are in the wrong order. I feel like there was a different one I was looking at. No. I think it was this one. Was it this one that I was looking at? No, I don't think so. I don't recognize a lot of those characters. Was it this one? Okay. Yeah, this is the one I was looking at. This one actually has the character names on it, so that'll help. We'll do that one. I'll re-add my literally who. Okay. It looks like... Okay, these characters are definitely all over the place. Oh, this also includes the Burn the Witch characters too, because it's got Nini and Noelle here. So, here's a fun fact. Nini, Noelle, Roy B. Sullivan, and Trombone are all from the same anime. This guy, Trombone, is in the same anime as all of these other characters. Tide Kubo is a weird guy. But anyway, let's get into it. So, okay, these are newer characters. So these guys, I remember these guys. They showed up in the last arc, so they weren't, I don't think they were ever actually in the anime. But I don't remember much about what they did. Ichibe. I don't remember anything about him. So he's going into D tier. Kirio, I remember her because her whole deal was she first showed up and she was like this big chubby lady, and then she made a bunch of food that Ichigo would have to eat in order to like regain his strength. But like she went into the kitchen, she made a bunch of food, she comes back out, and then she's like super skinny with giant boobs because that's the thing. There's a good reason that Tide Kubo has earned the nickname Titty Kubo, because there are some honkers in this series. But anyway, So yeah, she comes back out and she's like skinny with giant boobs, and then she's got all this food made, and like her whole explanation is that she burns off all this energy by cooking all this food, that she like becomes skinny. It's dumb. I didn't like it. It really made me uncomfortable. She's got purple hair and she's cute, but I don't like that whole design. Oetsu? I don't remember who that is. Senjumaru. She had a cool design. She had like multiple arms. So I'll put her in B tier. But I don't think I actually read far enough to know what she does. I think I'm gonna add an F tier. Why does it keep doing that? Tenjiro, I remember him being kind of weird. I remember liking him. I'll put him up there. I'll drop Senjumaru down. Aura, I don't know who that is. Literally who. Chizuru sucks. Chizuru is... She is a character... She's a normal high school kid who shows up in the beginning of the series and then basically gets forgotten about for the rest of the series. And she is a lesbian who like harasses Orihime a whole bunch. She's bad. She's a bad character. And she definitely deserves to be in the trash. So, away with you, Chizuru. The series is better off without you. Don Kanonji. Another casualty of the power creep. I never really liked him that much. He was important in the beginning of the series, and then he just faded from into obscurity. Who else do we got here? This is Jericho. Jericho and Jackie, I know, were Fullbringers. God, I hated the Fullbringer arc. I think he was a Fullbringer. If that is who I think it is, then I'll put him in C tier. Jackie also had a cool design, so I'll put her in C tier. I just didn't like the Fullbringers because they were dumb. Alright, and now we get the controversial take. The main character of the series, Ichigo. Where does he land in this tier list? I don't know. I think I'd put Ichigo in A tier. I liked him. I think Ichigo is... He knows what he is. He never like tries to act like he's super, smart or super cunning. He just knows that if he puts his mind to something, he's going to accomplish it. And he is stubborn enough to make sure that happens. And I kind of like that. So, I liked him. Ikume? She might be another Fullbringer, but I honestly do not remember. So she goes into the literally who pile. Jinta also sucks. I don't remember why, but he just does. He was annoying. Karen is Ichigo's sister, one of his younger sisters. She is, again, a casualty of the power creep. She gets forgotten about pretty quickly and comes up only very, very rarely. Same with Mizuro. And there's some other ones in here too. Ururu is also annoying. She gets paired up with Jinta because they're both together. Tatsuki is also a mortal that was around in the early show and then gets forgotten about, but she's a little better. She's got a little more characterization. In fact, I'd even bump her up to B tier. I think she's a pretty cool character who really gets shafted just because she's not special enough. Anyway. Who is Keigo? I feel like Keigo is a character from Burn the Witch. But I don't know. I have no idea who Keigo is. Kugo. Is that the guy from the filler arc? Okay, they definitely have the filler characters here. Because there's one. And they've got the Zanpakutos there. Where... Huh. I feel like I'm getting characters mixed up. I very well may be. I don't remember who that is. You're going in the who pile. Mo. I think this was the guy from the Fullbringer arc. Whatever. I don't like him. I have a cat encroaching on my territory at the moment. Orihime. Ugh. Does Orihime deserve better? She definitely deserved better. She could have been a much better character than she was, but she wasn't. She was a princess in she was a princess in distress for most of the series, despite like being set up as being a combatant character. Then her abilities just kind of get forgotten about for a very, very long time. She deserved better. She also had like one really interesting situation where she was like being compassionate to the person who had imprisoned her for a long time. It was interesting, but Ririka was another Fullbringer. Where did the rest of those go? Oh, I haven't done them yet. I didn't like the Fullbringers. Her design, again, her design is cute, but Shukuro. Who are you? Were you the bad guy in the Fullbringer arc? God, I don't even remember. I don't think so. I don't know who you are. Yasutora Chad. The true Chad. He's at least an A tier. Again, a character that he tried so hard to keep up with everyone else on the power scale, but man, did he struggle. Yukio was another Fullbringer. I think he was the gamer. I didn't like him. Not bad enough to be in the trash, but... Yuzu is Ichigo's other sister, so she's gonna go right next to Karen. Okay, here we go. We're gonna get into the actual good characters. Genryusai was the Commander General. I always thought he was cool. Very mysterious, very secretive. I liked his vice captain was this guy, Chojiro. I liked him. Not as much. I liked his design, but he was kind of bland as a character. We didn't really learn much about him. I'd put Genryusai at least in A. Genshiro. I don't remember who this is. I think it might be Byakuya's father or grandfather. If it is, then he gets a D tier because he is completely forgettable. Nanao is Shunsui's vice captain. She was cool. Put her in B tier. Shinetsu, I don't know who that is. I also didn't watch one of the filler arcs, specifically the one that involved this guy. So I think he might have been involved in that one. So also some of the movies. I only watched one of the 3 movies. Or there's more than 3 movies now, but at the time there was only 3 movies. Okay, Shunsui is easily one of my favorite characters. He was super cool. He was really chill, but also very powerful, which is a good combination. I like that in a character. Marichio, he was the vice captain for Soifon. He sucks. I don't like him. He was just annoying and bumbling. He can go in F tier. Marinoshi? I don't know who that is. Soifon. I really like Soifon. I wouldn't say she's top tier, but I always thought she was cool. No nonsense attitude. Yoruichi obviously is going to be up there too. I feel like I need to put her and Soifon together because was it ever confirmed that they had a thing? I don't remember if that was ever actually confirmed that they were like they had a thing going on, but it was heavily implied. So they need to be together. Ida, I don't know who you are. Asuka, no idea. If it was not confirmed, then Kubo is a coward. Agreed. Chikane, I had no idea who you are. Okay, Gin. Ichimaru Gin. Oh, he was good. He's easily an A tier. Is he S? No, not quite. He was a very good character, but he's not quite that high. Inose, I have no idea who you are. Izuru. Kira, he was the vice captain of Gin. And he was a little weird, but I thought he was pretty compelling. Not bad. Makoto, you are a filler character from an arc I did not watch. Riku, I don't know. Rojuro. You look like someone. Okay, I think I know who that is. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know who that is. And if that is indeed the character I think it is, then you are definitely going up here because I loved your design. You were one of the Vizards. And the Vizards were super, super cool. All of them. Shusuke, again, you were a filler arc character that I didn't watch. Taketsuna, don't know. Oh my god, Hanataro. Poor Hanataro. Got introduced in the second arc and then was like immediately dropped right after that and was basically never heard of again. So you get put into D tier. You were kind of a boring character. You were a plot device to heal Ichigo, and that was it. Harunobu? No idea who that is. Isane. She was okay. She was a vice captain as well. Vice captain of Retsu. Retsu Unohana was the 4th Division captain. I liked her more before her big reveal in the final chapter, or in the final like story arc. Normally, I would probably put her into A tier. Actually, I would probably put her up in S tier, but I think the final reveal bumps her down a bit. I won't say what it is because it is big, but yeah, I liked her better before that. Sanosuke, I have no idea who that is. Yasuchika. I recognize this guy, but I have no idea who he is. He's not a vice captain, I don't think. No, he's like a 3rd seat or something like that. I don't know. You're very forgettable, so I'm gonna put you in the D tier. You're not awful. You're not someone I actively dislike, but you're someone I don't remember, so away with you. Momo. Oh man, I was almost gonna throw Momo into the literally who pile, but I know who Momo is. She was Aizen's vice captain. Yeah, she was okay. She was kind of compelling because she got screwed over by Aizen really bad. So Shinji is S tier. Shinji is awesome. Just great, a great character. I loved Shinji, one of my favorites. Aizen Sosuke, he is I would definitely put him. Is he one of my favorites? Yeah. I like Aizen is one of the best, probably one of the best characters in the series. Well, no, I'm gonna bump him down a bit just because his whole everything that to do with Aizen that was wrapped up was done so in such a weird way. Byakuya is always great. I'd even put him into S tier. I never liked Byakuya that much, like when I first watched Bleach, but I think he grew on me over time, more and more. Also, this Ginrei, this is Byakuya's dad, who is very forgettable. Genshiro, I don't remember who that is, so you're going into the unknown pile. Koga. I feel like I should know who that is, but I don't. Same with Mihane. Renji is a popular character. He never really resonated that much with me. I always thought he was kind of boring. I'll put him in C. Rikichi, I don't know who that is. Sojun, I don't know who that is. Jinemon. These might be characters that appeared like once and did one thing and then disappeared forever, and I absolutely can't remember who they are. Like this guy, Jirobo. I think this guy appeared once in the second story arc, just for like one scene, and then was never seen again. Love. I forget the rest of this guy's name, but he was good. He was also a Vizard. That automatically puts him in one of the top tiers. They were all great. Wow, there's so many characters that I don't recognize. Sajin, who are you? Tetsuzemon. He is the 7th Division Vice Captain. He's not very compelling, but he is very loyal. Lisa, she is another Vizard. She is cool. I like her a lot. Tatsufusha, nope. Beizo, nope. Izamon, nope. Those might be movie characters. Kaname Tosen. Tosen was cool, but he became progressively less cool the longer he was around because he did almost nothing. I'll put him down there. Cat is currently losing his mind, and I don't know why. Kensei is another Vizard. I think he was one of the more popular ones from the fan base, but I never really liked him that much. Comparatively. All the Vizards were cool, but Kensei was kind of eh. Mashiro, she was another Vizard. I'll give her an honorary B, but she's like... She is an explicit reference just to Kamen Rider. Like, she's wearing like a jumpsuit. And she's got like big goggles, and the mask that she summons is like a bug mask. Like, it's just, she's straight up just a reference to Kamen Rider. But I never really liked her that much. She's a little obnoxious, and her character design feels really out of place. So there's that. Shinobu. Who are you? I don't know who you are. Get out of here. You look exactly like Ukitage, but with red hair. Shuhei. Shuhei was Tosen's vice captain. He was pretty cool. He had a really cool weapon. Cool Zempak, though. But he is involved in like one of the best fight scenes in the anime. Oh, there's still so many characters. It's got like all the Hollow characters in here too. I'm probably just gonna skip over a bunch of those. Shin is Ichigo's father. A very boring character until a bit later in the story, and then he became much more interesting. Much more compelling. I would normally put him down in the D tier along with the rest of Ichigo's family, but he has some secrets. Kokichiro, I don't know who you are. Oko, nope. Rangiku Matsumoto. A popular character, if for only one reason, or perhaps two reasons. because she has giant boobs. She is not forgettable, but she's not great. I'm gonna put her down there. I never really liked her that much. Like, I think a lot of the reason she was popular was just because she had the titty and was constantly showing off an absurd amount of cleavage. Which, you know, I can understand that, but as a character, I was never really that compelled by her. She is the vice captain for Toshiro Hitsugaya, who is one of the most popular characters in Japan. Hitsugaya got a ton of screen time, more than I would have liked. So he's gonna go into C tier as well, just because I was never really a big fan of him, and he was around all the time. He was kind of boring as a character. Well, no, he was compelling as a character, but just overexposed. Go tight. I don't know who that is. Or do I? I think that guy may have shown up for like one scene as well. Whatever. I don't know who you are. In fact, I'm moving Jirobu down here too, because if he was only in one scene, I don't remember who he is. So, whatever. Ikaku was a character that just kind of kept showing up again and again that I did not care that much about. He fought Ichigo once early in the series, and then he became a friend, ? And just kept appearing over and over and over again. Despite not really being that important of a character. Kenpachi, he at least deserves a B. He's not that compelling to me. But I understand the appeal. Kiganjo, no idea. This is a pencil drawing. Maki, that's a filler art character. Makizo, I remember that guy very, very vaguely. Again, he showed up for like one thing and then disappeared. I don't know who any of these people are. Oh, I know who that guy is. He definitely deserves the literally who pile. Yachiru is Kenpachi's vice captain. She is a child who is annoying. You know what? F tier. I don't like Yachiru at all. Yumi Chika is Ikaku's best friend and life partner. They are not explicitly gay, but boy, you could cut some of that tension with a knife sometimes. Honestly, I liked Yumichika more than I liked Ikaku. Yumichika feel like he had more personality. He was more about like being beautiful. And he had a cooler weapon. Akon. I recognize him. He's like a third chair in the 12th division, maybe? Very forgettable, though. Hiyori is one of the Vizards, but unfortunately she is just way too obnoxious and annoying. I don't really like her that much. Oh, this guy. This guy works in the 12th division. He is part of the science division. And he is just this horrifying creature. But for that reason alone, he gets to be in B tier. I love that, like, Tide Kubo's art goes from, like, 6 characters having basically the exact same face, and then you get this guy. Just What is happening in that man's brain? Just out of nowhere. Everyone is a normal human being until you get this. I love it. Kisuke. He is definitely one of my favorites. One of the best characters in the series, I think. Kuna? Oh, I gotta put... Okay. Mayuri is definitely an S tier character because I love him. He is an awful person. He is an unrepentant monster of a human being. But he knows that. He knows exactly what he is, and he leans into it so hard that he is this horrifying man. But it's like it's done so well that it's just he's such a bad person, but he's such a good character because he's just so good at doing it, at doing these horrifying science experiments. He's a fantastic character. He's one of my favorites because he is just the worst, and he knows it, and he loves it, and he revels in it. And despite the fact that his abilities, like his Bankai, gets revealed fairly early on in the series, during the second arc, he kind of keeps reinventing himself a little bit throughout the series, enough that it keeps his stuff fresh. You never really get tired of it like you do with some of the other characters who do that. Nemu is Mayuri's vice captain. She is probably like grown in a lab. She is like super submissive in weird ways. I don't really like her that much. There's definitely some creepy stuff going on between her and Mayuri. But again, it works for Mayuri's favor because, yeah, you would expect that from him, I guess. But Nemu as a character is basically just a blank slate. Cats are being crazy. Rin, I don't remember who that is. Hidetomo, you get in the pile. Jushiro Ukitake was also one of my favorites. Him and Shunsui are like good friends. They go back a long way. Very mysterious characters. But good characters, good-natured. Kaien was Rukia's friend, who looks exactly like Ichigo, but with black hair. He's going in D tier because I always forget that he exists. Kiyone is one of Ukitake's vice captains. He has two. I always kind of like Kiyone. I'll put her in B tier. Where's the other one? Did I put the other vice captain in the literally who pile? I might have. Whoops. Oh well. Miyako, I don't remember who that is. Rukia, who's Rukia? Nah, Rukia deserves to sit next to Ichigo. She was a good character. Ryunosuke, nope. Sentaro. I recognize him, but I don't know who he is. So... Is he the other vice captain? I'll put him in the D pile. Yeah, Ichigo and Rukia are kind of... Well, Ichigo's the main character. Rukia is one of the main characters, but she kind of fades into the background. The ridiculous underboob girl that you are thinking of would be Harabel, who is going to be down here somewhere. There she is. Her name is Tyr. Tyr Harabel, sorry. In the early days before the official translation was out, everyone thought her name was Tia Halabel. But then the translation came out, and it's like, no, those are just R's. And it sounds awful. Anyway. I don't know who that is. I don't know who this is. Okay, this is the weird... So there was a filler arc in which... The Tyr Harabel list. Exactly. So there was a filler arc in which all of the swords of the different characters, so all of their swords have souls, and their souls have like manifestations, and in that filler arc all of their souls get like separated and their manifestations come out into the real world, and so that's where all of these designs are from. Ashisogi, that is Mayuri's sword. It looks like a giant baby, but it's a butterfly and a worm. It's weird. I'll put it in C tier because it's a cool design, but I don't remember much about that actual character. Iketsuburi, I don't remember who that is. Gonrumaru, don't remember. Haineko is Matsumoto, Rengoku's sword. It is a cat girl. Honestly, I like Haineko more than I like Matsumoto. Hisagumaru? I don't remember who that is. Hozokimaru. Whose Zanpakuto was that? I don't remember. Hyorinmaru, that was Hitsugaya's sword. Sure, you can sit side by side with each other. Actually, I'm less interested in you. You had a kind of a edgy 14-year-old design. Not a fan. Oh, Katen Kyoratsu. This is Shansui's sword. She has an awesome design. She's like a pirate. Not as cool, but a really good design. Kazushini, that's Shuhei's Zanpakuto. It kind of looks like a character from like a Cartoon Network show. I don't know. Go sit next to the baby. Kirikaze, I don't know who that is. Minazuki. Oh, whose sword is that? That's what's her face? Retsu. That's Unohana's sword. I think. Sure. Muramasa. He was the main antagonist during the filler arc. He was like a Zanpakuto who had no owner. I think. He was a cool design. I liked him. He was a compelling character. I'll put him in B tier. Narunosuke, no idea. Furuhiro, that's Yumichika's sword. Also, not a fan of that design. Ryujin Jaka, that's the Captain Commander's Zanpakuto soul. Good old Genrusai. But I don't remember what that character actually looked like, so off you go. Senbon Zakura, that's Byakuya's sword. Also pretty good design. Yeah. Pretty good design, like a noble. Sode no Shirayuki? I think that's Rukia's sword. Pretty good. I like that design too. Sogyo no Kodowari, that's Ukitake's sword. It's like twins. Interesting design, but not the best. Suzumbachi. That is Soifon's sword. It takes the appearance of a tiny bee woman. She has bee stripes. She is very cute. I like her design a lot. Tenken. I don't remember whose Zanpakuto that is, so get out of here. Tobiyume. Oh god, that one's so familiar. Whose is that? Tobiyume. It might be Sane? That might be her sword? I don't remember. Into the pile. Wabisuke. Same, Wabisuke. I know that name. I remember that name. But who does it belong to? I do not remember. Okay, Zabumaru, I know that. That's Renji. It's a baboon with a snake for a tail. Cool design. I'll give it a C. Again, Renji just got too much exposure for me to really be invested that much in him. So. Where did I even put Renji? There he is. He's in C tier. Renji was just involved in everything. He was like a main character. And I just got tired of him. So we've got Zangetsu. Renji had the cool snake sword, yes. It was like, it's the one that like flared out and had the prongs on it, and it was like it could come apart into segments, and then yeah, his Bankai is it turned into like a big segmented snake. The soul of that sword is a baboon with a snake for a tail. Sorry. So now we've got Zangetsu, and then we've got Zangetsu. That is not a typo. I don't really like this version of Zangetsu that much. I thought he was kind of lame, but this version, that version of Zangetsu is like the negative color version of Ichigo. The dynamic that the two of those guys had was awesome. Oh boy, who are any of these characters? Ashido. Oh, I remember Ashido. He was an anime-only character. He was cool. Put him in B. There was like a very short few episodes that were only in the anime that Ashido appeared for, and then he disappeared forever again. Baishin, I don't remember. The name is really familiar, but I don't remember who that is. I don't remember that guy. Don't remember you. Ganju. Oh, I remember Ganju. Ganju sucked. Get out of here, Ganju. Genga evolves from Haunter. Oh, sorry, no. Gengoro evolves from Genga. That's how it works. Hachigen. He was a Vizard as well. But he specialized in the Hado and Bakudo spells, which were literal magic. I'll put him next to these guys with the rest of the Vizards. In fact, I'm going to bump him up. Rojuro, who's... I thought his name was Rose, but maybe that was just an incorrect translation. Hansa, you were a character from a filler arc. You were like a ninja. You had a cool design. But I didn't actually watch that filler arc, so alas. Who are you? Don't know who you are. Jidanbo. I remember you. But you were almost a nothing character. Jinai. Taiwan. I don't remember you. Kukaku. Another character with giant boobs. Except her thing is she only has one arm. I liked Kukaku, but she really only showed up for like one little sequence and then was completely irrelevant again. She had a firework cannon. Rantau, who are you? Yeah, Kukaku's got like a really distinct design for some reason, but again, like she shows up very briefly and then is just not relevant at all. But it's a great design. I mean, that's the thing. Like Tite Kubo is a really, really good character designer. Like, admittedly, a lot of the character faces kind of start to blend together after a while, but he's really good at designing unique characters. But how he uses them doesn't always work out so well. You're a filler character. You're a filler character. I recognize you guys, but I didn't watch that filler arc. Senna is a character from the first Bleach movie, which I did not watch. But she has a really cool theme song that got used throughout the series a lot. So, for that reason alone, she gets put in B tier. Who? Sojiro. Oh, I think this was the guy from the third Bleach movie. But I don't remember anything about you, so into the pile. Tessai. You are a friend of Kisuke. You were the vice captain of Hachigen when Hachigen was still in Soul Society. You are also like a big spellcaster, so you're pretty cool. You can go sit next to Hachigen because you're best friends. Tokinata. Nope. Torue. Yushiro. I feel like I should know who that is. Yushiro. But I don't. Yami? What in God's name happened to your face, Yami? Okay, so now we're into the Arrancar and the Espada characters. Yami is one of the Espada. Yami sucks. Yami goes into the trash. He was the 10th Espada, who then reveals later on to be much more powerful than everyone thought, and it's dumb, and I don't like him. He's big, he's tough, but he's extremely dumb and annoying. He's one of the first Arrancar that we meet, and I don't like him. Cien, I don't know who you are. Coyote Stark was Espada number 1, which means he is one of... So the Espada were ranked 1 through 10, with 10 being like the least powerful and 1 being the most. Yami was 10. Coyote Stark was number 1. He was really cool. I liked him. His sword turned into guns. I'm gonna put him in A tier because I liked him. Lilinet was the Arrancar. The Espada didn't have like vice captains, but they had, I think they were called Frasion. It was a Spanish word. Hello, kitty. You jumped on my shoulder. But Lilinet was Coyote Stark's Frasion. and she was basically a vessel for all of his soul energy. He basically, like, when he seals his soul energy into a sword, there's so much of it that he basically created Lilynette, like manifested her. And so when he releases it, she becomes his weapon again, and so she is actually like in his guns. It was a really cool idea that I actually used for a character I made for a Bleach roleplay that I was doing on a forum at the time. And I was also Espada number 1. But yeah, that was a cool idea. Continuing down the list, we've got Espada number 2, Barragan. I'm gonna put him in S tier too, because he seemed really lame, but then he like released his weapon, and then he became this. He was literally just this like skull monster. He looked like Death from Castlevania, and he fought Soifon in a pretty cool battle, and then she launched a nuke at him. Yep, that happened. Abdrimama. Or Abirama. I don't know who that is. Charlotte. I remember Charlotte. Charlotte was an Arrancar that someone fought, but he was like really effeminate and flamboyant, and his outfit was extremely revealing. He was kind of an uncomfortable character, uncomfortable stereotype. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put him in the trash bin. What is this guy's character? Choneng Po. This was an Arrancar. He turned into a giant whale. He was kind of dumb. I didn't like him very much. Findor. Okay, this guy was like a nothing character, but hot damn did he ever have the coolest fight with Shuhei here. So Findor was just kind of like a throwaway character that was just, here's just a guy for Shuhei to fight. But that fight scene in the anime was like, it was animated beautifully. I remember people just gushing over that scene when it came out, and it still looks incredible. So he goes up there. He's he's like lobster themed. That's it. He's lobster themed. Nergay, I don't remember you. I don't know if I want to remember you. Neliel was a former Espada who turns into a friend. She has two forms. She has a child form and an adult form. The child form is one of the most obnoxiously annoying characters in the series. The adult form can also turn into a centaur, and she's pretty cool. She also has giant boobs, because most of the popular female characters in this show have ginormous titties. And she is no exception. I'm going to put her in C tier because her adult form is cool. I like her design, but the child form is one of the worst characters in the series, so... And also Soifon. Yeah, Soifon does not really have the titty, admittedly. Well, I mean, Rukia doesn't really either. But Orihime does. Yoriichi does. Like, not every female character has it, but more than a few. Oh, there she is. Tyr Haribel. She is shark themed. She's got the ridiculous underboob. Her jacket literally just like comes down halfway across her boobs, and then she's just got under boob. In the manga, in the anime, it actually covers all of her boobs. And then she was really underwhelming because she was really mysterious when she first showed up. And she's actually got, like, out of all of the Espada, she's probably got the coolest hollow mask, because when she unzips her jacket, because it covers her, like, her lower face. When she unzips her jacket, she's got, like, the bottom half of a skull. And it looks really cool, really threatening. But then the mask, like, continues down her neck and then covers her nipples, and the rest of her breasts are exposed. And it's just like, yeah, okay. It's really silly. And then she releases, and she's like, yeah, she's got shark powers. She was kind of like themed after a shark. And then when she transforms, she loses like the skull mask. She just looks like that. Like, she's got her whole face exposed. It was underwhelming. She could have been really cool, but instead she just ended up being whatever. And she fights Hitsugaya. Like, come on. Please do have her fight someone more interesting. Hitsugaya is so boring. Anyway. Cyan? Wait, was that her name? Okay, I'm going to deal with these two first. So there's Dondochaka and there's Pesce. These were two hollow characters that Ichigo befriends when he goes to Hueco Mundo. They both suck. They're both, like, they're comic relief characters, but again, they're both super annoying. Pesce is, like, kind of a giant pervert. Dondochaka is just an idiot who looks horrifying. They're just bad. I don't like them. I don't think they did anything that I actually, like, enjoyed. So, away they go. These three these are Haribel's Frasian. They are, when they combine their powers, they create, like, this giant, super powerful monster. Which, again, is kind of underwhelming, because on their own, I feel like they were all much more interesting. Especially her, whose name I thought was Sun. But apparently her name is Cyan? Shrug? But she was cool. She's, like, snake-themed. And she's got, like, really long sleeves, so you never see her hands. She was really cool. I love her design. She goes to A tier. Emilu? Francisca? Man, these are not the names I remember. She was probably the most annoying of the three, and then Francesca was cool. She was big. Big and tough. But Cyan, ? Was the coolest. Because she's got the sleeves. Menoli. Wait, where's the other one? There's two of them. There's Loli and there's Menoli. Where are you, Loli? And they both have the hollow mask. One has it on the left eye, one has it on the right eye. Where are you, Loli? I know you're here somewhere. Oh, there she is. Yeah, there was Loli and Menoli. I think they were just random characters in Hueco Mundo. I don't know why I was so hung up on them, because they're both, like, nothing characters. They're just whatever. Ulquiorra is one of my favorites. I feel like that says a lot about me. But he was... Like, Ulquiorra is such a, like, edgelord, emo, soft boy kind of character. But he's also kind of really compelling, and like, he had a great character design. Just from the moment that he entered the scene. He was also one of the first Arrancar that we ever met. Him and Yami show up at the same time. And from the first minute, I was just like, I need to see more of this character. And he never disappointed. He was great from beginning to end. And had one of the best fight scenes with Ichigo in the series. Like, the fight scene between Ichigo and Lukiora is amazing. Absolutely fantastic. Neutra was one of the Espada. I think he was number... No, he was number 5. Neutra kind of sucked, actually. He was a roadblock. That was about it. Tessera. See, again, when all we had was the fan translation, we thought this guy's name was Tesla. But no, his name is Tessera. Ah, man, I don't, like... Consistently, the character names, like, the names of Bleach characters are just consistently the worst. Fans translate it into one thing, and it's like, hey, that sounds kind of cool. And then the real name comes out, and it's like, oh, that's much worse. But anyway, that's Tessera. He turns into, like, a big boar. He was Neutra's Frasian. He gets owned. He was still cooler than Neutra, though. I actually liked him before he transformed. He had, like, a smart-looking jacket on and, like, some medals or something. He looked cool. Grimmjow. You remember Grimmjow being called Grimmjaw? Oh, that must have been quite a long time ago, because for as long as I can remember, it's been Grimmjow. But that was... But he fought Ichigo pretty early. Grimmjow was a popular character. I was never really that into him. In fact, dare I say, I'd put him in C tier. Just wasn't that interesting to me. Even like with his backstory and everything, it was just whatever. All 5, I remember all 5 of these characters because they were literally just like nothing. Like they showed up in the anime only just to be like a very brief fight scene and get beaten up. But I remember them, so they're going into D tier. All 5 of them. You were literally just a waste of time. I remember watching Gundam Seed and Seed Destiny fan subs, and it was funny how the names would change from a reasonable best guess to some nonsense when the official spelling was revealed. Yeah. It's happened several times in Bleach, and it's upsetting. It's like... I am still mad about Final Fantasy VII. Like... I don't care what anybody says. Eris is a much better name than Aerith. And I refuse to call her otherwise. Her name is Eris, because that sounds like a name. Aerith sounds like someone with a lisp saying Eris. It's not good. And it's a much less subtle metaphor. Like, it's a metaphor for Earth. I get it. But it's, I don't know. It's dumb. Anyway, we got Zomari. Zomari is Espada number 8. He was weird. I'll put him in C tier because he was arguably kind of offensive. Zael Aporo. Oh boy. He falls into the same category as Mayuri in that he is an awful person, but he just revels in it. And ironically enough, he gets outplayed by Mayuri in a absolutely horrifying way. So I liked him. I liked his design. His hollow mask was glasses. They were like in the shape of glasses around his eyes. It was really good. These 3 guys were his Frasian, actually. Lumina, Verona, and Metazepi. He eats most of these guys. So they are basically nothing characters. So they get into D tier. Aroniro, he was Espada number 9. I liked him. I'd at least put him in the same level as Zaelaporo. It was weird. He was like 2 little shrunken heads in a tube. Again, it's that weird thing that Tide Kubo does, that like everyone is a regular person until there's one guy who is just this slug person, or is 2 shrunken heads suspended in a tube, or a literal dog. We haven't actually gotten to him yet somehow. How is he not here? We've gone through all the other captains. How have we not seen Komamura? Is Komamura not even on here? Hang on. That can't be right. I didn't accidentally put him in here, did I? No. What? Can't be serious. Wow, did Komamura really get shafted in this tier list? I think he did. Okay, well, assuming I don't run into him, Komamura is the 7th division captain, and he is a literal dog. I mean, he's like he just looks like a really big guy, and then his mask comes off, and he's a dog. It's weird. Okay. Oh, Tsuruki. So, this is another one. This character came out, and everyone thought her name was Tsuruki Thunder Witch, which is a cool sounding name. But then her real name came out, and no, her name is Tsuruki Sanderwiki. It's... whatever. Anyway, I loved her as a character. She had a cool weapon, she had a great design, so much so that I completely aped her design for a character for my webcomic, so she is definitely getting up there. Dordoni is another of the same area. He is very forgettable, though. So, Tsuruki, Dordoni, and this guy, Gatenban, were Priveran Espada. So they were formerly Espada, but they got usurped, essentially, more or less. Or they basically got demoted once the other Espada came into power, who were more powerful. Again, basically just a roadblock for everyone throughout Hueco Mundo. Loopy? I don't remember Loopy. I don't remember who you are. Rudborn. I remember him. He was kind of cool. He was really mysterious and cool. I vaguely remember this guy. However, I would like to bring the attention that his name is Icelinger. I'm just going to put him in F tier just because of that name. I didn't know that was what his name was, so... Aldegor, I don't even remember who you are. Cloning, nope. Dimora. Hammerhead. I vaguely remember these guys, but again, I don't remember them enough. Kukapuro, that's just a dog with a mask on. This is a dog with like a Hollow Knight mask on. And that reason alone is you're getting into A tier. Menace. Patros? Oh, I think Patros might have been Rivera and Espada? I don't remember. Go into the pile. Wonderweiss was not an Espada, but was like a grown in a lab weapon to be used against Soul Society. I didn't like Wonderweiss very much. In fact, I thought Wonderweiss was stupid. F tier. Yang and Yin were from the second Bleach movie. I think. They were from one of the Bleach movies. But I don't remember anything about them. Same with you, same with you. Oh, Aeon. This is the creature that the three girls would combine their... They would cut an arm off each, and they would combine to create this thing. I didn't like this thing. Very gross. I'm gonna put in D tier. Batikaroa. I don't know who that is. Bawa Bawa. I vaguely remember that thing. Bulbous G. Nope. Demi Hollow. Fishbone D. Grand Fisher. That was like a big villain in the first story arc before everything turned into Soul Society. He was honestly a pretty good villain for Ichigo for early on. So I'll give him some credit. In fact, these are all just the hollows. But most of them are like just nothing characters. Like they were just characters of the week. Because there's no reason for them to be there. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. White? I mean, I know who that looks like. I'm assuming that is who I think it is. I'm gonna put an A tier, but... Zanzayan? That's a Grim Fandango character. Okay, here we go. These are the Quincy characters. So we got Uryu. Of course, Uryu. Out of the main cast, he is probably my favorite. Yeah, I'd put him in S tier. So, in the final story arc, the Quincy invade, led by this guy, whose name is Huash. I guess? I don't know how the official pronunciation is, but that is how it's spelled. So he is the final bad guy of the whole series. And honestly, I don't know. I didn't think he was that impressive. Not nearly as impressive as some previous villains, that's for sure. So now here's the problem. There's a whole bunch of Quincy characters that got introduced, and then they had like one fight, and then they were defeated. Just like the Aaron Carr and during the Soul Society arc, and I didn't read most of those chapters. Hernita is a giant hand. So yeah, I recognize these characters, but I don't know enough about them to make any opinions. Except this one looks like it's out of a horror manga. That's kind of cool. But they all have weird names, like Bazby, Pepe, Kang, Aznot. Tide Kubo really likes to play with language. So, like, all of the Arrancar were Spanish themed. So they had a lot of Spanish names, and all of their abilities were Spanish themed. The Quincy are all German. It's like, the language is broken. Like, it's not correct. But he makes an effort. Okay, I'm just going to skip through all these because I don't recognize the majority of these characters and just grab the ones that I do. Ryukin is Ishida's father. I really liked him. He was very mysterious. Literally, who are any of these characters? Dark Rukia, that was from the third movie. I remember that. Shizuki, Homura, yeah, they were all from the third movie. I assume by their name they were founded by John Quincy Adams. Maybe. Billy looking like Luigi. Billy is actually from Burn the Witch. He is not from Bleach. He is the manager of Nini and Noel here. So, Burn the Witch is Tide Kubo's new manga that he's working on. That is, it's an original story, but it apparently takes place in the same world as Bleach. But from what I know, there has yet to be any crossover. Like there's so far been like no similarities that you can point to and be like, aha, there's a connection there. But I'm very curious to see where it goes. And I like Nini and Noel both as characters. Anyway, where did I leave off? So I recognize those guys, but I don't like they're movie characters. They don't mean anything. I also don't remember enough about it. Dark Rukia had a scythe. That's all I remember. Okay, here we go. Khan. He's a main character from the anime, and he sucks. I don't like him. He's annoying. Kurodu. Again, I thought his name was Claude. But I guess not. So Kurodu, Noba, and Ririn are three characters that were made only for the anime. But apparently Tide Kubo liked them so much that he wanted to make them like canon in the manga as well. I don't think he ever did. Or he had them show up in like some promotional material or something like that. But he really liked them as characters, but they were only in the anime. Noba was a ninja. They also turned into stuffed animals. So I'm going to put Noba and Kurodo into B tier. I'm going to take Ririn and put her into A tier because I love her design. I also aped her design for a character when I was doing my Bleach RPG. Nozomi, I don't remember who that is. Okay, so now we get into the Burn the Witch characters. Billy. B is for Billy. He's an okay character. He's obviously got something else going on. He's got more than meets the eye, but he's kind of a dummy. Nini is definitely A tier. Where is she? Noel, I think is S. I like Noel a lot. Who else do we have here? Again, I kind of recognize these characters, but they've literally appeared in like one scene, and then we haven't seen them again, so I'm not gonna rate them. Balgo is kind of important. B is for Balgo. No, I don't like him that much. He's annoying. He's a regular human. He's the audience surrogate for the Burn the Witch storyline. And then there's Cinderella, Osushi, and Rickenbacker, who are dragons. Cinderella is kind of cool. Sure, I'll put you in B tier. I don't really like the design so much. I don't like Osushi. Too cute. And Rickenbacker, sure, can go next to Cinderella. Shelby. Okay, so I think these are Bleach characters again. Because I know, again, I didn't read the manga, so I don't know a lot about them, but I remember reading the synopsis and Mimihagi and the Soul King, and that's all Bleach stuff. Also, the Soul King looks weirdly like Mark Zuckerberg. Just gonna throw that out there. Mimihagi was like eyeballs. I'll put Mimihagi in C and the Soul King in... I'm gonna put the Soul King in F tier just because it looks like Mark Zuckerberg. I don't recognize the rest of these characters. These are just pencil sketches. Who are these people? Well, yeah, so we didn't even get Komamura. He wasn't even in this list. What a ripoff. Or wait. Sajin Komamura, that's him. Why does he look like that? Hang on. So there was a time skip in Bleach. Okay. Why? Okay, so yeah, during the Quincy arc, he can transform into a human, apparently. Why? It's so weird. Just leave him as a dog. Look at him. Look at this boy. I guess he kind of looks more like a fox, but... Look at him. Look at this cute boy. He's looking a little weird in this picture, but... Why would you take this and turn it into this? When did this become hotter than this? That's what I want to know. Outraged. Reverse werewolf, yeah. And also, why would you use that picture of him? Why wouldn't you use the normal dog picture? It's much more recognizable. Anyway, Komamura is cool. I'd put him in B tier. Sure. Bleach character tier list. Done. I think the lesson I've learned is that there are an absurd amount of characters in Bleach that I have completely erased from my memory. Or just I didn't even read far enough to get understanding of them. But hey, at the very least, we can know that these are the best characters to follow. And hey, maybe read Burn the Witch, so that you can see Noelle and Ninny fight dragons, or something. I've only really read the first little bit, and I don't know where the story's going yet, but it's still very new. Oh boy. Okay, that took longer than I thought it did. So, I think I'm going to call it here. That was fun. Tier lists are fun. They're a good time. I was going to find someone to raid, but again, it seems to have crashed my browser. Well, so much for that. Alright, well, I will send you into the void. I'll be back. I think I'm doing more Pokemon on Sunday afternoon. And then more Lego Marvel's Avengers with Wordsy on Monday. And from there, we'll see what happens. But that's what's on the schedule for the time being. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for hanging out. I will send you into the void. Have a good night. And if I don't see you again, have a good weekend.